Y'all thumbs up, please. Thumbs up, you guys. Thumbs up, please. You guys already know what we're here to get into, girl. This is going to be a very chill and just an open, transparent live stream. I don't have any particular direction as it relates to where the stream is going. I'm just going to kind of allow the reels that I'm going to show to kind of speak for themselves. And just also drop the link and allow you guys to come up and to express yourself, to share what you guys are feeling, what you guys are thinking, what you guys are hearing, what you guys are doing economically, what you guys are doing spiritually, emotionally, etc., as it relates to everything that's taken place. And yeah, I felt compelled to do this live stream for this sake. So before we get into it, go ahead and thumbs up the video. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. And because I've been working my ass off, we've been working on a community wall. We've been working just doing the live streams back to back. My notifications are shot. So I need you guys to thumbs up the video. Whether you are a Bush baby, whether you're part of the Replay Gang, or whether you're actively in these streets with me in real time, I need you guys to all give me a old nasty piece of like. It's $3.99. It don't cost you nothing. Also, make sure that you have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, please share the stream out to whatever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your Twitter, the dark side of Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you in fact lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're loud, we're live, and we're certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let me turn down this motherfucking music. Let me speak to the conscious crew in the building. Once again, you guys thumbs up. Let me speak to everybody in the building. What's going on? Both of my sins. Hey, Say Less Astrology. Hey, Tamika. What's going on? Simply Dr. Shiko. Hey, love. Hope you guys all hit the link tonight. What's going on, Ian Gardner? Hey, Britt. Hey, Sandra. What's going on, Linnell? Hey, Star. Hey, Alexa. What's going on, Lamera, the moon goddess on period? I know you guys think that this is red. This actually isn't red. It's probably just my webcam and the saturation on my webcam. But all of this is actually like a burnt copper orange. But it's probably just showing up red for whatever reason on camera. Yeah. But thank you guys so much. What is going on, Linnell? Hey, Alexa. What's going on, Amina? What's going on, Lola Pops? Hey, boo. What's going on, LaCondra? Hey, boo. What's going on, LaDaya? Hey, love. Hey, old enough to know better. Hey, Sherry. What's going on, you all? What's going on, Auntie Jace? Hey, boo. Hey, Katie. Hey, Octavia. What's going on, Coco? I'm in love with it, baby. What's going on, Crystal? Hey, boo. Hey, Alexa. What's going on, Joshua Shields? Hey, Perry, what's going on, Spiritual Read? What's going on, Chauvin? What's going on, Jerry? Grand Rising. Is it good? Oh, it's evening where you are, Jerry? It is like 8 p.m. here. What's going on, Kamani? What's going on, Boo? Hey, Donna. What's going on, Brains? Hey, Boo. Oh, nasty piece of Andrea in the chat, chat. What's going on, my other Brittany? Hey, y'all. What's going on, Jamela? Hey, y'all. So it's a lot going on, y'all. You guys know I am not even a political bitch. Like, politics is just not an area of life that I have ever been personally interested in. I didn't even vote until this year. This was my first time voting ever in all of 39 years of my life. And to be honest, I only voted because you guys paid me to, you know. And I said, why not? You know, I definitely did not want to see Donald Trump in office for the second time around. He's been one of the most horrendous, disappointing, absurd politicians, non-politicians that we've had ever. His mere presence is just really gaslighting in and of itself. It's just the audacity of an entertainer to be the president. And because Trump has been president, people forget that not only does Elon Musk deserve not to be there and is a nobody and has not been appointed by the people, nor is he a government official, but hell, Donald Trump isn't either. As far as I'm concerned, both of their asses are DEI hires. Okay? So, of course, when a circus comes to town, you know, it's filled with clowns. It just is what it is. So, in not being a political person, I also knew as a commentator, I was going to have to do my fair share of commentating on the bullshit. So I said, you know what? Let me vote. So I have a right to cry aloud, even though I have a right because I am a natural born citizen of this country to begin with. So whether I vote or not, I will always have a say so about what the fuck is going on this piece of land that my ancestors and all modern day melanated and minority people continue to assist in creating and carving out for other people to benefit from. Didn't want to be a hypocrite. I wanted to have a real right to be able to talk shit. Okay. Now that he's here, I'm doing a lot better than I thought that I would be. Obviously, those of us who knew that Project 2025 was a real thing, unlike the lion-ass right wing of the bird who tried to make the left and those in the middle believe was left-wing propaganda. It's not a real thing. Trump is not endorsing this. He doesn't even know what it is, even though all of his ex-cabinet members and all of his political associates were literally the architects of Project 2025, which is the extreme right wing's Bible, essentially. It's all unfolding and coming to fruition. Trump began to manifest its destiny almost immediately upon taking office and being sworn in. And I don't even know if we can say he was sworn in. He didn't even put his goddamn hand on the Bible, apparently, girl. So it's a mess. And there's a lot of conversation. There's a lot of conversation going on all sides. You have some segments of MAGA who are happy with what's taking place. This is what they asked for. We all know that's bullshit. Okay, we know that they're trying to save face. Then you have the other segment of MAGA who's being completely honest about the fact that they done fucked up for the second time around, baby, real bad. And Donald Trump ain't even been in office for an entire month yet, and they're already in a puddle of tears, girl. Well, I guess you guys are going to have to cry us a river for the next 4 years, unless somebody interesting comes along and pops his ass again. That would be fascinating to watch. And I know some of y'all may say, oh, CTV, we shouldn't. You know what? I am in my Old Testament bag these days. I am all for floods. I am all for Armageddons. I am all for apocalypses. I am all for the destruction of the righteous. And like my father, I rejoice at the destruction of wickedness and evil, baby. I'm not going to even be cute about it, baby. Okay, baby. I ain't got to be cute about it, baby. Okay, when that's your agenda, baby, I don't have to extend no damn humanity to you, baby, when you on your bald-headed whole shit. Okay, the level of bald-headed whole shit that's definitely leading to the detriment of other people's economics, the other people's liberties, other people's freedoms. When you are literally putting other people in danger, not only because of what you are physically doing, but also based upon what you indirectly represent to other groups, other extreme, militant, very proud boy groups, very conehead groups who take having a mascot of the sort in office and use it to justify violence of all kind, emotionally, verbally, and physically upon minority groups. You don't get a humanity from me. I wouldn't give a fuck if Trump got pop, 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 wop, 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 baby. Going to be here all for it. Okay? Him and all of his flying monkeys. I don't give a damn. But I'm going to try to keep it cute. Okay? Because we're here. And just being a bit more transparent. At first, I was just chilling. I was like, okay, well, he here, bitch. I did my part, hell. You know, I used my platform to raise awareness, you know, support Kamala. And, you know, I'm not saying that Kamala was a strong choice. But at the end of the day, baby, I would have voted a frog as president. And I mean literally voted a frog in place of Donald Trump. Like, there is no amount of conversation. There's no amount of dialogue that's going to make Donald Trump make sense to me. And the day of the little most minuscule of hope or balance is completely corroded with everything that he is directly doing that are endangering the economics and the physical well-being of LGBT people, of Black folk, of woman folk. I'm not interested. Therefore, they could have wrote a decrepit on hospice, hooked up to 12 ventilator versions of Biden. And baby, I would have voted for a comatose Biden over Trump, girl. I would have voted for the litter-charred ashes of Biden over Trump. Like, they could have rolled in his urn, girl. They could have rolled his casket into the booth, baby. It would have got my vote, girl. Okay? On period. Just would have got my vote, girl. You can't make Trump work for me. Okay? You just can't. I would never respect a person who lacks a humanity. I would never have any grace for a person who lacks virtue, who's not interested in virtue, who doesn't have a spirit, who does not have a real sense of love centered in them. I would never be able to make sense of somebody who literally just seeks power and domination. And that's what this is. This is a political and constitutional overtaking. And we are being profoundly narcissistically abused, used. And as far as I'm concerned, baby, they're only one infinity stone away from being able to manifest entirely. So what we do in the next hour, as in within this season, is going to literally be a matter of life and or death. That is how dire the situation is. And almost every political expert and every political scholar that I have been listening to over the past few months, and certainly since Donald Trump has taken office, are all petrified There's hardly not one person whose concern is not grossly escalated and elevated. I'm talking about like even the most docile and corporate of them, like Don Lemon. I was just watching Don Lemon's show. Shout out to him. He just hit 500,000. And I was listening to his panel show a few days ago, and even white collared, tight suit loving Don Lemon, who just had to smell the underarm pits of Kanye West on the red carpet of the Grammys, literally was on his YouTube show asking, is it time to Alabama picnic chair whip ass? Is it time to just pull out the Glock? And girl, my mouth was on the floor. My mouth was on the floor to hear Don Lemon even hint toward such what those would call radical. A radical call to action, baby. A very much so foot to ass call of action, okay? And to hear him, you know, somebody who's been in the political landscape for eons, somebody who has governed and navigated this terrain forever, to hear him look through his intellectual inventory and to consider all of the alternatives and to be basically intellectually stumped and having to conclude the thing that nobody really wants to do, but that I personally believe that everybody knows deep down is going to have to do, really let me know, baby. That Toto, bitch, we ain't in Kansas no more, girl. We are in the land of Oz, baby. And it's either Pharaoh, let my people go, or it's remain in these political shackles. And if you guys do not understand that this is even larger than a race war, it's a class war, and that this administration over the next 4 years are going to try to single-handedly reverse and recreate the literal Constitution itself, that what's happening is a direct attack on the Constitution. The Constitution is the final infinity stone. And that's what they're organizing all of the chess pieces in order to set the trajectory upon. And if they get that, what Donald Trump was saying over the summer during his presidential run is going to be manifested destiny. They're going to be able to secure their particular version of the United States and ultimately the world, because this is not only a national, it is a global domination. It is a global triangulation. They're going to be able to secure that forevermore. So they have to undo, revise, rewrite, restructure, and dismantle the Constitution as it is today in order to get rid of voting. And they are going to do that. They're going to attempt to do that. Donald Trump is trying to secure his lineage of extreme, conservative, bigoted, white clan forevermore. Donald Trump is and wanting to run America not like a democracy, but like a monarch. Donald Trump thinks he is a fucking king. The only thing he's missing at this point is a goddamn crown. We are going to have to make some very tough decisions. And we are going to have to be, as a community, and I mean all communities, I mean everybody who's not with the shits, whomever that is, white, black, Asian, green, gay, straight, pan, woman, man, and child, are going to have to be pretty innovative and revolutionary in the way we combat, restore, and bring back balance to what was supposed to have been a democracy. We're going to have to come up with some brand new shit. And I'm pretty sure we're going to have to get to a degree of tribalism as well. I think it's unavoidable at this point. One thing before we get to these reels, because I'm going to drop the link that you guys come up, is the one redeeming quality of Trump's administration being in place is that we got a firsthand view of how they did this. The righteous need to be observing and taking keynotes out of the extreme right wing's book, because they pretty much just sold the game. Okay? And we could take a few things out of their playbook. These people have been working on a vision for their people as it relates to this country for years. I've been telling y'all over the summer, we need our own Project 2025. A people without a vision are not a people without a plan. That vision board called Project 2025 was epic. And it was the first phase of them being able to secretly organize something that they were very successful at, because when we see the exit poll data, more so when we look at that motherfucking map, baby, America was a whole red bone. A whole red bone. Red bone, girl. There almost wasn't a splash of blue in sight, girl. And we had no idea. I think the left, which I don't belong to the left or the right, I just belong to what's right, but the left missed the mark. Some of the mistakes that the left made was, first and foremost, the messaging. The messaging was really off. Kamala should not have been appointed by the president. The Democratic Party should have had the opportunity to vote on who they believe was the baddest bitch and who was the strongest, most competent candidate. That didn't happen. Then, as a result of this rush decision, Kamala came in as a minority woman, a person of color, a woman of color, and came in with a very minority message, which was woman, 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 abortion, 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 woman, 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 abortion, abortion, abortion. Well, what we learned from the exit poll data is that most Americans didn't give a damn about identity politics, not more so than they did about economics, not more so than they did about minimum wage and affordable groceries, and not more than they did about education, and not more than they did about this motherfucking war, which all of Kamala's messaging completely missed the mark of. America did not give a damn about the gays, the trans, the straights, the etc., not more than they did about that war and affordability. And every time Kamala, who was already a very weak rush choice, and had the complexity of having to navigate being a woman, for one, in a patriarchy, running for the highest position in the land politically, but was a woman of color, just to add insult to injury, and then had to join the race against someone that America was already familiar with as a president, which was Trump, who already have carved out a cult-like following, a following so passionate that these people were willing to put their livelihoods on the line in order to help him sustain power, aka the January 6th insurrectionists who have all been pardoned, might I add. I don't understand, even though I was going to vote for her any motherfucking way, I don't understand the choice. I know Biden might have felt like it was a subliminal insult to not appoint Kamala, since he appointed her as his goddamn vice president. But at the end of the day, baby, great leadership requires the ability to make very great and very hard decisions. And when it comes to governing an entire body of people, we have to transcend the personal feelings of our peers, because it's the people that we're all focused upon. And I wouldn't have gave a damn how it would have looked optically for Biden to not have endorsed Kamala, if that ultimately would have been the best thing to do, and to give the Democratic Party the opportunity to all sound off collectively and unanimously on the proper candidate, then fuck Kamala's feelings and fuck the optics. Because of course there would have been backlash. Of course, people would have been like, oh, did Biden choose Kamala for, optic reasons, that, him appointing her as BD was performative at best? Yes. But who gives a fuck at the end of the day? At the end of the day, I don't give a fuck what the optics would have looked like. What was in the best interests of us as a people and the country and the Democrats was to allow the party to vote on behalf of who the fuck should contend against that big back orange bitch. But her messaging was also off. And on top of that, the left obviously underestimated Donald Trump. This was a gross underestimation of one's opponent. I really believe that the left truly believed that people hated Donald Trump so bad that he would never, ever, 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 ever happen again. And maybe under different circumstances, Donald Trump would not have happened again. But what Donald Trump had at his convenience and leverage was the border issue, the price of food and groceries issue, the war in Gaza issue. And these particular circumstances gave Donald Trump, a non-popular candidate, an equal shot to the top again. And instead of the left recognizing the data, looking at the issues that the American people were sounding off on, they thought that despite how miserable their support base was with the performance of Biden's administration, that even on Biden's worst day, it would be his best relative to Trump. And then they fucked around and found the fuck out. They fucked around and found out, baby, that on Biden's worst day is Trump's best motherfucking day. And the girls got gagged. The girls got gagged down. And one of the fundamental rules of the art of war is you never, ever underestimate your motherfucking opponent. Ever. Never. The left undersold it, underperformed it, and absolutely missed the mark. It's almost as if the left just gave it to Trump. Really, when you think about it in retrospect, it's like, girl, y'all practically just handed Donald Trump the win. Now, we do have to entertain another important piece of this unfortunate phenomenon, which is the resurrection and the political manifestation of Trump, which is the possibility that Trump's alignment to Elon Musketeer, Elania Musk, may also have had something to do with a distortion in the numbers that got Donald Trump the win. We know that Donald Trump made very interesting remarks about Elon Musk following his victory. He pretty much thanked Elon for knowing ahead of time and for developing things that gave them a futuristic view of the win. It seemed like this was whistleblowing to Elon. Thank you for helping us to rig the shit. It is hard to not entertain that Elon Musk brought Donald Trump by exchanging this win or exchanging this cheat code for proximity, for access. It's hard to imagine that Elon Musk did not use his mad scientists to distort these numbers. This man is building space rockets, for God's sakes. He plans on colonizing Mars over the next 20 years. Elon Musketeer is a unstoppable son of a bitch right now, and he has been able to govern without any overhead. And he's already implanting Earthlings with Neuralinks and technology, and so rigging voting machines. I always said, seems like a very small feat, very small thing to a giant. I believe that Elon Musk is very much so capable of developing the software and the technology that can do that. Any bitch who can go outer space can certainly distort voter numbers. Any person who's mastering technology that is supposed to exist in outer space and travel to other planets. Any person developing software that can union itself with human consciousness and the human brain and essentially make a human a cyborg and a half-breed is certainly somebody who can develop. I'm sure distorting the votes is the smallest of feats. And I'm not talking about Elon Musk himself. We know that he's not developing shit. I'm talking about the people that he hires to create this shit, the actual brains. We know that Elon Musk is an idiot. He just has money to fund his imagination. So, small feat, small feat, small feat. Kamala didn't even win the popular vote. All the way up until victory night, Kamala was ahead in this way, ahead of that way. She was taking over this and taking over that, and it was looking good here and looking good there, and then bloop, red everywhere. The whole night was weird because Donald Trump, as egotistical as he is, he usually does, you know, his victory dance and taunts his opponents, but he was eerily quiet and demure. This is very out of character for the showboating, overt narcissist. But I guess it's really hard, right, to be genuinely celebratory when the victory was already preset to begin with. But we have no proof as of yet that the votes were rigged, and the left just accepted the defeat. They didn't want to look like sore losers to Donald Trump because Donald Trump has always been labeled a sore loser. So there was no reevaluation of the votes. There was no, and had it been me, I would have put Donald Trump exactly what he put Biden through. Baby, I would have held up the presidency, baby. I would have been suing down to the ground, girl. The left should have just showed their ass. At this point, there was nothing to lose. And that's what a fight for democracy would have looked like. The left cared about their ego instead of really opening up the channels to really legitimize this victory. And there should have been a real investigation, considering that Trump had not acted alone. He had been aligned with one of the biggest brainiacs in the country the entire time. I could go on, and I could go on, and I could go on, and I could go on. As an empath, it is very difficult to know that people are scared, that people are already losing resources, people are already losing protections, people are already losing their jobs, their livelihoods, and minority people's lives are back in political and social danger again. And to just be, you know, exposed to all of these conversations in and out of my algorithm, it finally actually got to me a few nights ago. Like, I found myself I couldn't even sleep. I was just up all night. And I was like, damn, bitch, why I can't go to sleep? I'm so restless. And I couldn't stop scrolling either. And I really just kind of got vacuumed into just the moment. I got completely plugged into the duress, the anxiety, the misfortune, and all the people that are going to be counted out in this administration. And it was also prohibiting me from producing content. Every time I thought to do a goddamn hot topics video, etc., I just couldn't even make it through. I was so distracted mentally by just where we were politically, and I had to really kind of like just fast and pray myself back into alignment. So I'm going to really encourage you guys to definitely take care of yourself and to definitely control your proximity to everything that's going on. You don't need to look and always be aware of every single thing that's taking place. And I want to affirm you guys basically giving yourself permission to tap out when you tap the fuck out, for the sake of your sanity, for the sake of your mental fortitude, because that's also kind of a part of the psychological warring that's going on right now, because these people are controlling the media. They're controlling the algorithm. I mean, Elon Musk, you know, has control of one of the biggest social media platforms ever and is shadow banning. His opponents are shadow banning freedom thinkers and freedom fighters, and is escalating the voices of the biggest clowns on the chessboard. We are literally under psychological and cyber attack. We are under a direct attack of the algorithm. And this is meant to give you battle fatigue. This is meant to exhaust you and overwhelm you and overstimulate you first emotionally and mentally, so that you don't even have what's necessary to actually fight with. That's the whole purpose of psychological war. That's the whole purpose of psychic warring, is to deplete, suppress, and weaken the inner man so that the outer man is exhausted and stagnant and crippled, because you've already been put into a mental and emotional knot, which leaves you with nothing else to give. Nothing else. You can't even get your ass out of the house, yet alone position yourself in the eye of the storm. So we're going to need to be very emotionally well. And we're going to have to make some real sacrifices. I've been seeing things in my algorithm all day. People are saying, look, we need to not just boycott temporarily all these institutions and companies that have overturned DEI and are going along with the agenda, and are helping pretty much this administration to create a white world by pretty much legalizing sexism, legalizing homophobia and transphobia, legalizing racism. These institutions now do not have a federal or legal incentive to hire your minority-based ass. They can now discriminate against you as a woman. They don't have to diversify their portfolio with you. And this doesn't just affect minority people. It affects white women as well. We want to get into the way that DEI has been slandered and have been distorted, and it's now the new buzzword for nigger. Basically, DEI is the new buzzword for nigger. And that's going to be unfortunate for all the other people that DEI impacts, which are also members of the dominant class, such as Becky with the good motherfucking hair. But someone was saying that we need to not just boycott these companies temporarily, because boycotting is under the guise of correct yourself and we will support you again. We need to just all out cancel everybody who's going along to get along. We need not to return to these institutions. We need not to pour our money back into these institutions, even when they get performative again. It's time to just full out abandon post. There is no more negotiating. There is no more working together. People are choosing a motherfucking side, and we need to choose ours and stay there. And whatever holes we leave in the system, we replace them with our own businesses. We replace them by filling in the holes ourselves with ourselves. But it's time to full out abandon post. We have seen the reality of the sincerity of these corporations and these institutions. They are showing us who they are. Now we need to show them who the fuck we are. And we're not people so desperate that we can be plucked and picked and put on and off the goddamn shelf at the discretion of these institutions. There's a level of standing on business that as a people, we are going to have to be prepared to stand on. And so all of y'all who ain't never had to call on your ancestors before, baby, it's time to get very much so in alignment with your African roots. Because we the new ancestors, and what we do now is going to determine tomorrow for our children, our nieces, our nephews, and the generations of our tribe members to come. But We are in the end games. These are the end games. So let's open up with MAGA crying aloud, as always, girl, about how Donald Trump, once again, you know, a political maniac, a convicted felon, someone who needs to be on the SA registry, who was found guilty of sexually exploiting another woman. Oh, how that person, you know, how the least integral of individuals once again did not mean what they say. Oh, did not remind them that they will be going down the sewer with the rest of us. Let's talk about the idiots of MAGA who just must be sticklers for abuse. Like, I'm starting to believe that MAGA are sadomasochists. Okay? They just love the torture and they love the DV and they just love the black eyes and the chaos of it all. Like, you know, they are into the trauma bonding of the mess. Let's run all of that, grill. Okay? And I'm gonna drop the link after we run through this and give you guys the opportunity to sound off as well, grill. Let me switch over my microphone. You guys, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. All donation information is in the description below. So show some love to the motherfucking king, child. Hold on, let me get this camera together. Scoop myself over. All right. All right. And all of these are Instagram reels. This is a sip and see. Instagram channel called Hits on 5 says the crying of ex-MAGA supporters is getting louder. They feel like they was tricked by their president, girl. Check this out.
In 2 weeks, I'm done. You want to talk about regretting your vote?
I never thought I'd say that, but I regret my vote. I voted for Trump.
I voted for Trump, and I regret it now.
As a Hispanic, I voted for Donald J. Trump. Dude, I regret it so much, man.
I am regretting my vote for Donald Trump.
I voted for Donald Trump, but now I regret it.
A lot of people who were like me voted for Trump and have to account for that.
I regret voting for Trump.
So deeply regret my vote for Donald Trump.
I regret voting for Trump.
I was a dumbass, voted for Trump. It was the worst decision I ever made.
I've seen the light, and I got out of MAGA. A lot of us there have seen the light. We have deep regrets.
I feel guilty because I voted for Trump twice.
You should.
I feel very guilty because I feel responsible. That's why he's still running.
I was with Trump for 9 straight years. I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed in Trump.
In 2 weeks, I'm done. You want to talk about?
Okay, girl. And I mean, literally, the compilations could go on for infinity, you guys. Now, let's get into all these damn tabs, girl. Because we're going to revisit that later on in the show. And these are not in any particular order, girl. I just pulled all the shit up that I had sent to myself. So once again, this is a sip and see, child. Just get your tea ready, child. Okay. All right. Look at how many tabs I have open, y'all. Insane, right? And my computer is acting like a jumbotron.
Oh, we not infringement on that?
No, absolutely not. Because you're the one making the argument, not me. I'm saying even rights have responsibilities, and that within those responsibilities and order. Otherwise, it's chaotic. I'll go you one further. You want to ban drag show readings to children?
To my house, yes.
Why?
Why?
What are you protecting?
Why can we prohibit children from voting? Those under 18 from voting?
Why are you banning
that?
Is that free speech? Are you infringing on that performer's free speech?
They can continue to exercise their free speech, just not in front of a child.
Why?
Because the government does have a responsibility to protect.
I'm sorry?
The government does have a responsibility in certain instances to
What's
protect
the
children.
leading cause of death amongst children in this country? And I'm going to give you a hint. It's not drag show readings to children.
Correct, yes.
So what is it?
I'm presuming you're going to say it's firearms.
No, I'm not going to say it like it's an opinion. That's what it is. It's firearms. More than cancer, more than car accidents. And what you're telling me is you don't mind infringing free speech to protect children from this amorphous thing that you think of. But when it comes to children that have died, you don't give a flying fuck to stop that, because that shall not be infringed. That is hypocrisy at its highest order.
Since they don't have that right to vote.
Baby, chef's kiss, girl. I'm just gonna play the reels and let them speak for themselves, girl. My God, today the hypocrisy of their democracy, baby. All right, I got so many tabs that my computer is acting up, girl. Y'all thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
Americans are woefully ignorant. This is my last ditch effort at communicating reality to all of you. So whether you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, check your little ego and listen. If you've recently entered the global chat via World TikTok or Red Note, you now know Americans are undereducated and overpropagated because they don't want us to realize capitalism does not work without slavery. Okay, we abolished slavery and then we opened up Ellis Island to the legal immigrants so they could work slave jobs for slave pay. But they unionized and protected their rights. And now we introduced the illegal immigrant to the American workforce who works a slave job for slave pay while paying into a tax system they can't collect against. And I get it. A lot of you guys can't even agree that non-citizens are still humans and entitled to human rights. So I won't speak to your humanity. I'll speak to your selfish self-preservation, which is a requirement for your survival. And I'm going to hold your hand while I walk you through how the weapons formed against you are absolutely prospering. The mass deportations chip away at a large part of the American workforce responsible for maintaining infrastructure and farmland with nobody to replace them. Coincidentally enough, Donald Trump is signing executive order after executive order that is cause for alarm. We got pulled out of the Human Rights Act with the United Nations, and that's not about defunding Palestine. That's so he can't be held accountable when he violates human rights of citizens and non-citizens. We got pulled out of the World Health Organization amidst a quademic and a tuberculosis outbreak that most of you don't even know about because they're now censoring American media and social media. They are defunding the American education system so your children won't have a school to go to. They put a drug addict space Nazi in charge of your Social Security benefits, which pays disabled veterans, disabled people, elderly, and Medicare. And they are absolutely going to defund federal funding to SNAP, TANF, LIHEAP, low-income housing, and Medicaid. And while they're doing this, they are also signing executive orders to abolish unions. They're not pro-union, they're anti-union. That's why they're getting rid of the EEOC, the Department of Labor, the Department of Human Rights, and OSHA. They're firing inspector generals who are responsible for stopping elected officials from passing legislation that benefits them financially. All of the weapons formed against you are prospering. And what's it all for? The oligarchy has came to collect its slave force. When the immigrants are gone, Americans who can't collect welfare are forced to work jobs they never would, under conditions they would never agree to, because there isn't any organization there to protect your employee rights. They have come to collect their slave force, and it does not matter the color of your skin. Put your shit to the side and unite against it. God damn.
Baby, and these are all Project 2025 initiatives. Yeah. It's interesting to me to see Black women and Black men championing behind mass deportation, which is going to actually cost our economy more. It's going to cost the American people more to actually deport all these damn immigrants than it is. It's literally cheaper to keep them than to deport them. But laughing and mocking the situation is a cackle to me, because I'm like, oh, y'all don't see what's going on here, baby. All of those jobs that Black Americans and other minority Americans are not going to do are going to become the jobs of our future. And once again, they're already overhauling things at an executive level to ensure that corporations and institutions don't have to legally hire your minority ass without any backlash, forcing those minority communities to now be the new recruitants and replacements of all those Mexicans and all those other minority communities who do these low-wage, very difficult manual laboring jobs. Back to the plantation, niggas. Back to the plantations. And you know, I'm literally shamefully impressed because the way that the extreme right just got this shit lined up is literally it's so genius. I have to give them that. It is impressive strategy. It's well thought out. These people took the time out to reposition their people, to re-indoctrinate their people, and more importantly, and I always say this, the dominant class, they know how to operate on code. They don't worry about getting out here talking all of this shit because they be in the background setting their children up for tomorrow. They be in the background prepping for what's to come, moving in that beautiful thing called silence. But they're moving, more importantly. And that's why they were able to do this shit. They got Congress all chained the fuck up, baby. They're dismantling this and dismantling that in government. I mean, it is a beautiful domino effect. It's unfortunate that we don't benefit from such a legendary plot. But the fact that they literally have all the motion right now, and that motion could be motion that we have as a people if we would actually get to business and stop being reactive, but be proactive instead. Once again, these people had an entire manual mapping out their world. They were moving subtly in the first phases of this manifestation, quietly assembling things behind the doors, behind the chambers, whispering to each other in sacred spaces, setting the foundation up for the ultimate overtaking and colonization of it all. Once again, these are things that we could take out of their playbook. We need all of that. We need all of that.
$6 trillion in debt, and Elon is a billionaire genius that's going to fix it all. A man that has used more taxpayer money to build his empire than we will ever see in a lifetime wants to dismantle the very systems of safety nets that our taxpayer dollars are supposed to have been paying for. We're not in debt because our parents or our grandparents are collecting Social Security. We're not in debt because of a struggling family's Medicaid benefits. We're in debt because for decades we have prioritized corporate profits, endless wars, and tax cuts for the rich over the well-being of ordinary Americans. Donald Trump's 2017 tax cuts for the rich, which are still in effect today, are estimated to increase the deficit by almost $2 trillion over 10 years. Why don't you start there if you want to save $2 trillion? The United States spends more on defense than the next 10 countries combined. You've got billions to pay defense contractors, but you want to cut VA benefits while veterans are sleeping on the streets. We're in debt because when Wall Street gambled away our economy in 2008, the government used trillions of taxpayer dollars to bail them out. The American people did not create this problem, but we will be the ones to bear the burden. The $2 trillion in cuts won't come from defense contractors or corporate subsidies. They're going to come from programs that millions of Americans rely on, have paid for, and are legally entitled to. Social Security is funded directly from our paychecks, but I guess we can kiss that money goodbye because that's getting cut. Millions of taxpayers will lose access to health care because Medicaid is getting cut. Education benefits, college grants, all that's getting cut. Thousands of federal employees are going to be looking for a job. And who knows, Elon might just cut unemployment compensation as well. The man who built his fortune on the backs of tax-paying Americans is going to cut the very programs that benefit those taxpayers. The way that Elon Musk plans on achieving his $2 trillion in cuts is a betrayal of the American people. It's class warfare. Elon Musk, the world's richest man, wants to cut $2 trillion in federal spending.
We would let him in, gentlemen. Thank you. No, thank you.
Jesus, according to MAGA, despite walking on water, dying for their sins, eliminating God punishing them for their sins in the worst supernatural possible way, is still not allowed to enter into America without proper paperwork. Check this shit out.
Why are we so worried about getting rid of
Oh my God.
If Jesus was here right now, would you let him in? Of course I would. Wow.
As long as he went through the proper, as long as he
came here legally. As long as Jesus Christ came to this country legally, we would let him in. Thank you. No, thank you.
Jesus Christ. A man who is alleged to have died for our sins, to prohibit the suffering that we technically, according to the books and the law, deserve, has to nonetheless operate by the book in order to walk across the border, even though the man walked on damn water. And MAGA is not even giving Jesus an exception or any privilege, despite the fact that he's the only reason why they have salvation. You got to give it up to MAGA. You got to give it up to MAGA, baby.
March through Columbus, Ohio? Okay. So they tried to march through there with their little hate parade. And Columbus, Ohio was like, we're not having that. And they threw canned vegetables at these men. I want you to think like you're just going to go out of your way to act like whatever year it is in the past and get away with it. And you're marching, and a can of cream corn clips your collarbone. Asparagus clips you in the neck. And then what do they do? What do they do about it?
They called the police.
And what do they say?
And they told the police, we've never been met with such a violent response. What did you think, brother? You thought you thought this was 1956? You thought, what did you think?
Oh God!
What did you think?
Imagine that you have Patriot Front, you get defeated by a can of kidney beans. It's just over.
Y'all let that orange man convince you it was 1956.
Eggs might be expensive, but canned vegetables are only $1.
So the Proud Boys who are marching through Ohio streets trying to be rough and tough and intimidate folk were met with canned goods upside their motherfucking head and resulted to calling the police. The point of that post was to prove that some of this is only tactical, that they are using fear in order to destabilize communities, that there's a lot of barking and no biting, and we as a people should not give in to fear and meet these hoes with the actual means of aggression that they are pretending in some facets to have toward us. So please stock up on your kidney beans. You may need those as a weapon of defense.
Things we fought for and the boys that died for it. The things we did and the things we fought for.
Now, what you're listening to right here is a U.S. Marine, Carl Sperlin Deco, a 100-year-old War II veteran who broke down while reflecting on the state of America. Deco passed away shortly after this interview, originally aired in August of 2022.
And the boys that died for it, it's all going down the drain. Our country going to hell in a handbasket. We haven't got the country we had when I was raised. Not at all. Nobody will have the fun I had. Nobody will have the opportunity I had. It's just not the same. That's not what I want. That's not what they died for. It's just not it. Just takes me time to get over it. Why me sitting here like this? See, I am so upset that the things we did.
There are a lot of devastated war veterans looking at what's taking place over the last few decades who have been slowly watching America corrode and go down the slumps, who cannot fathom the fact that they actually laid down their lives for what's going on right now, because this is not what they fought for.
He was offended when I said it's embarrassing if you voted for Donald Trump, that I think you shouldn't proudly admit that to people. He was very upset that I said that. And it made me think about that statement. Is it embarrassing to vote for Donald Trump? And my conclusion is yes. Yes, that is incredibly embarrassing. There are plenty of people out there who don't really keep themselves informed on politics. They don't pay attention. They're busy. They're working a job, whatever. Those people, like, I'm not really talking about them. I'm talking about the people who are proudly going out there wearing the MAGA merch saying, yeah, I voted for Donald Trump and I love him. Now, that is embarrassing. It's like humiliating. Like, why would you advertise that? If you voted for somebody who's a convicted felon, somebody who's been found liable for attacking women, someone who committed extensive business fraud, has been indicted in other jurisdictions, bullies people, mocks people, all of that stuff. If you voted for that and you're proud of that, I think that's embarrassing. And I'm doubling down. Stay offended. I don't know. So I was
doing our.
All right, courtesy of APR Network, attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion aren't about building a meritocracy. They're about defining a narrow vision of what it means to be American. Anti-DEI activists seek to undo centuries of progress that have expanded access to the American dream for everyone. No exceptions. Join them in the fight to protect DEI. Let me refresh this page.
They want to hoard opportunity and legalize discrimination. We have spent 248 years as a nation undoing our original sins, which include slavery, silencing women, denying Native Americans their citizenship, a whole host of challenges. But what we've done since then, we've passed the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which, by the way, you can't rescind with an executive order. We passed the 19th Amendment, but we also passed Title I, which focuses on poor children having access to education. So if you are a vice president who graduated from high school in the Appalachian Mountains and you went to a Title I funded school, you are a DEI graduate. We know that across this country, service-disabled veterans who have access to resources do so because of the Americans with Disabilities Act, a DEI law. So let's be clear. They may try to make this a racial issue, but they're coming for everyone that they don't believe is worthy of their very narrow-minded ideal of what it means to be an American. DEI is foundational values: diversity, meaning all people; equity, meaning fair access to opportunity; and inclusion, having a pathway to the American dream. They are trying to block it, and they're hoping we don't notice. They want to hoard opportunity.
Some point or another, that ugliness will touch all of our lives. And it will not matter what you look like, how you worship, who you love, or how you vote. If you don't make 6 or 8 or 12 figures, if you're not famous, if you criticize or disagree with him in any way, if he doesn't view you as his equal or relevant to his ambitions, I promise you, he will not think about you when he gets into the Oval Office. If not,
Michelle Obama told you guys. So did Kamala.
A lot of white women thought that DEI meant minority or black people, that it didn't include them, is the funniest thing to me. Because white women are DEI hires majority of the time. They benefit from DEI initiatives. So the fact that you would vote against your own interests and then get upset that this is happening to you is just like hilarious to me. What do you mean you didn't realize that you were the diversity hire? Like, you're a woman and you think that you have an equal playing field in this game as a white man? The fact that we have this program set in place stops companies from discriminating against you based off your gender. So I just don't understand why you would think that, oh my God, I'm in the same playing field as a white man, because you never will be. You actively voted against your rights to appease white men, and you're going to pay the consequences for that. DEI does not just mean black people. As a white woman, that also affects you. The fact that a lot of
Yeah, it's DEI is white women, all women under a patriarchy would be considered DEI. Same gender loving people, trans people, disabled people, autistic people. I mean, practically everybody who's not considered white, male, and normal benefits from DEI. It's a gag to me. The whole thing is a goddamn gag to me. All right, what the fuck is going on with this? Oh. Hold on.
Promoting mass.
Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, you guys. I will be dropping the link so you guys can come up and sound off and just express yourselves no matter where you are on the issue. Team Donald Trump, MAGA, non-MAGA, regretful MAGA, sorrowful MAGA, pitiful MAGA, Team Kamala, Team Blue, Team God, wherever you are in the mix of the mixes.
By chanting "Build that wall," how is the guy promoting? How is the guy demonizing immigrants, the guy you'll support, when you know my kids and you know their mom? Even if it's just me, you're a single issue voter, right? You know me personally. You know what him becoming the president does to my reality. And that's still a decision that you're willing to make. And I'm supposed to still be your friend. So how is the guy chanting "Build that wall"?
Now, I want to talk about this a little bit. This conversation is coming up a lot. Believe it or not, Donald Trump in office, and even during this whole race for the Oval Office, led to a lot of breakdown in a lot of families and a lot of marriages and a lot of friendships and a lot of mentor-mentee relationships. There are a lot of relationships that became divided and that became real life impacted. And there are people right now who do not fuck with their families because of the way people voted. I'm seeing a lot of TikToks and a lot of reels and testimony from a lot of minority people who have really internalized the voting of the right and taken that very personally. A lot of queer people have taken it as a F you. A lot of women have taken it as a F them. A lot of minority men have taken it as a F them. And I don't know. I'm kind of divided on this issue. I understand people being upset. I understand why people feel the way they feel and why people are choosing not to associate with people that voted the way they voted, because no matter which way you vote, you are impacting some other ecosystem, whether you like that or not. But because that is in fact the case, no matter where you vote, you are offsetting another ecosystem. If you were to have voted blue, you were going to offset ecosystems to the left. If you voted red, you were going to offset ecosystems to the right. I think the very design of the voting system makes it impossible not to create division just because of the design of the system in and of itself. I don't know if people should be breaking up with each other and unfriending each other and filing for divorce, and families should per se become divided over it. I don't have any condemnation for those who are moving away socially from people who voted for Trump, who voted for this administration, considering the gravity of what's taking place. I just hate it. I hate that Trump is the reason for that. This administration is the reason for that. But I know it's bigger than Trump as well. It's literally because of what they're doing with the power they have, which does directly impact people's lives. But for me, I have not disassociated with anybody yet because of how they voted. As I have conversations with people who voted for Trump, in my experience, it's the realization that people really thought they were voting for what they thought was best, despite Trump being a convicted felon and a offender and a violator and a criminal and just a bad person with bad business practices and a narcissist and da-da-da-da-da. But he made promises that meant a lot to obviously a lot of people, and baby, you know, I don't know what to say. But I'm not disassociating or cutting anybody out of my life because of how they voted. And I just think that it's really sad that further division, you know, has come that gets to be attributed to Trump, making him way too important. But I get it. I understand. All right, this is a clip of J.D. Vance, September 21st of 2024, basically slamming Kamala and Biden's administration, talking about the price of eggs have gone up since they've been in office. Check this out.
A dozen. Now a dozen eggs will cost you around $4.
Several months later.
Eggs, when Kamala Harris took office, were short of $1.50 a dozen. Now a dozen eggs will cost you around $4.
Several months.
Okay. Eggs going from $4 under Kamala's and Joe's administration, and then they escalating grossly to $15, $14, and the price of living is going to escalate even higher because of Donald Trump bringing back tariffs, which are going to tax the American people even more. So an affordable everyday life is nowhere in sight, which is why there's going to be a larger, lower class pool created. Things are not going to get better in that regard.
Weeks. And Trump has already proven that a dripping orange spray. It's been 3 weeks. It's been 3 weeks. And Trump has already proven that a dripping orange spray tan and a rogue toupee can somehow manage to diminish our nation's IQ. Hi everyone, if you're new, welcome. If you're not, you know what fucking time it is, bitch. It's time for the Daily Scrape. I genuinely don't understand how some of you guys can support this man when he is literally the human embodiment of a bad idea that keeps getting worse. Every word out of his mouth is a lie, and his presence alone is a constant reminder of how much further we have fallen as a nation. Because within the past 3 weeks, Trump and Elon Musk, a man whose idea of innovation is slapping a sticker on a rusty car and calling it a spaceship, Musk, the same man who threw a temper tantrum because his tweets weren't getting enough likes, so he changed Twitter's algorithm to prioritize boosting his own posts. Within the past 3 weeks, Trump and his secret lover, Elon Musk, have reshaped the federal workforce through mass firings, agency disruptions, and forced resignations. Musk has dismantled agencies, demanded access to and took sensitive data, gutted USAID, and the Department of Government Efficiency, you know, that made-up job Trump created for Elon, has been removing employees for resisting change. Trump signed orders restricting the rights of transgender individuals, including banning them from the military and blocking gender-affirming care. He removed us from the Paris Climate Agreement and the World Health Organization. He wants to destroy the Department of Education. He fired FBI agents that were involved investigating the January 6th Capitol riot. He also ramped up ICE raids targeting undocumented immigrants across the country. We now have a psycho billionaire with access to classified information, including financial records. Again, the DOGE being ran by people with no government experience. Civil servants are being interrogated by inexperienced DOGE staffers. Trump intends on laying off 5 to 10% of the federal workforce, and anyone who has spoken out or is speaking out against Trump and Elon have been losing their jobs. It has been 3 weeks. It has only been 3 weeks. Y'all, it's been 3 weeks.
And it already feels like 2 damn years. You know, this whole conversation that's been going on amongst the Hotep community around one of the civil war strategies, or one of the race war strategies on behalf of the colonizers, is that they want to depopulate minority folk and up the population of their own people. We have already seen the attempts to do this, which was by deregulating Roe versus Wade on a federal level, making it harder for women to access abortions, and putting certain bans on contraceptions. They are not done with what they are doing there. You also heard J.D. Vance over the summer say that he would love to see white women, or he would like to see more babies in America. That was a whistle blow to white men and white women and his tribe to amp up, okay, the production of white babies, which need to inherit all of this oppressive power that we are wanting to pass down for them to ensure that our cream continues to rise to the very motherfucking top. Well, it's not stopping there, as you also have white politicians who are literally attempting to put a ban on masturbation, which of course is to encourage procreation in its place. You heard that right. Ohio lawmakers propose a bill to fine men up to $10,000 for ejaculating without intent to conceive. This probably is the closest that we're going to get to what, like, waking life feeling like it's actually a dream. Like, it's almost like reality, it has become a full-on parody. This is real life. Real lawmakers attempting to push substantive legislation.
Somani, an OBGYN from Dublin, and Tristan Rader of Lakewood.
The whole entire point of this bill is to call out the hypocrisy of particularly the state legislature when they bring forward bills to regulate women's bodies.
Now, there are exceptions to the proposed law, which include sperm donation, contraception, and members of the LGBTQ community. Men face a maximum $10,000 fine after the third offense if they have sex with a woman without the intention of conceiving a child.
Men have the same rights no matter where they go in the country.
Women have rights based on where they live.
It just misses the most basic biological facts and leans in towards middle school humor. Austin Beigel with End Abortion Ohio calls the proposal disrespectful to the pro-life community and a waste of state resources. They have to review it when they file it. They're going to have to stick a legal team on it, wasting time on that and delaying other bills that are trying to be reviewed as well. ABC6 asking viewers about the proposal in an online poll. 26% said it's a good idea. 74% telling us it's a waste of time.
This may be considered a waste of money by some people, but we have had far bigger misuse of taxpayer money in bills that have been proposed and passed.
The final draft still being written. The proposed legislation will get a hearing after it's submitted. But with a Republican-controlled legislature, the bill not expected to go anywhere.
For this particular bill, that's certainly okay. Again, the whole point of this bill wasn't to get it passed. The whole point of this bill was to call out the hypocrisy.
Sponsored by Democratic.
Words that he banned women.
There's so much.
What kind of words did he ban? Women.
So
Victim.
this particular creator is sharing all of the words that Trump has banned in his cabin. These are words that you cannot say to him directly. You cannot put this language, this verbiage, this vocabulary in paperwork. These are words that will get your motherfucking ass fired. Okay?
The list of words that Trump banned in his executive order. What kind of words did he ban? Women.
Some of those words are underrepresentation, underrepresented, underserved, undervalued, victim. Of course, women. Of course, women and underserved.
Victim. Underrepresented.
This is real shit.
Underserved. How can you ban the word women? Female.
Female. Females. Fostering inclusivity. Gender. Gender diversity. Genders. Hate speech. Excluded.
Males. Fostering inclusivity. Gender diversity. Genders. Hate speech. Excluded. Yeah, no one can use these words. Wait, where did he ban this from? Department of Health and Human Services, which is a member of the cabinet who offer service to all Americans who are underrepresented. So they can't use that word underrepresented though, or anything regarding the actual people that they represent. Community diversity, disabilities, discriminated, discriminatory. Also the scientists who do research for Department of Health and Human Services, they can't use these words in their proposals or their scientific research papers either. Marginalized, minorities, multicultural, political prejudice. Also words like vulnerable, science-based, evidence-based. You can't use that in a scientific report about evidence. I'm seeing instead of saying science-based or evidence-based, they have to say CDC bases its recommendations on science in consideration with community standards and wishes. That's very long. That's rather long-winded. And in cases like women and female, no alternative words were immediately offered. So I guess they don't exist and we can't do research on anything related to that. So all of these departments that represent minorities, Hispanic minorities, inclusivity,
historically implicit bias, implicit biases, inclusion, inclusive, inclusiveness, inclusivity, and Trump is also cutting federal funding to scientific research of all kinds, which is going to affect research as it relates to innovations in medicine, healing, all things that will positively impact the collective as these innovations are sought after. This is essentially you learning that Trump and his band of demons have no plans of giving a fuck about anybody outside of the people, that all this legislation and overhauling is meant to protect, which is most of us, including white women. White women are getting a ass spanking. I wonder how this ass spanking and this white patriarchy that pretty much turned white women back into baby making machines and human condoms again are going to impact the elections 4 years from now, because they almost started to wake up during the running of Kamala. You know, we had the white boys for Kamala, the Karens for Kamala. Now that we're not even 30 days into a white male patriarchy, I wonder if this is going to further the unity between some of our white peers, non-black peers, now that everybody is getting that work like we told them they would be getting. It was all laid out in plain sight in Project 2025. We told them. This is just a full realization of it. This is just the implementing and execution of the extreme right-wing Bible verses. And even when Donald Trump tried to distance himself from Project 2025, which had become practically impossible, I was telling everybody that he's not going to use the term Project 2025, but if you're listening to what he's saying and what him and his cohorts plan to do, he's citing from its pages without having to say Bible. He's just reading the verses in the Bible. He was reading the verses in Project 2025. And I guess, you know, some of this stuff was just so inconceivable and so unbelievable and so over the top that decent, normal, non-narcissistic, non-power-hungry people just could not conceive of any human being lacking this much in humanity and being this thirsty and unquenched in their appetite for domination that they could not even take Project 2025 seriously, because to any logical person, right, who would remotely execute this and who would remotely create this and who is this really a real thing to? Well, it was really real to the extreme right, and you're welcome for doing nothing about it but choosing to be in denial. Because in your little pitiful bubble, in your little privileged bubble, you could not conceive of a certain sector of whiteness being outside with their horns protruding from their heads very explicitly. We thought those days were over. They're not.
And women, reproductive rights, all of that, they can't use these words. It's like hate speech have been flagged for review and sent back to the original departments for editing. And as we all know, censoring words in this way is he's controlling certain words in the departments related to the cabinet, but he's also controlling words used in scientific papers and research. Scientists are not going to be happy. They're not going to lay down quietly. And a lot of them, they just don't know about this yet, apparently. Controlling scientists is, yeah, so weird. Did you see the list of words that Trump banned?
It's fuck around and find out era. Y'all voted for Trump because you thought that you were broke and you were going to get rich. I have news for you. You're about to be even more broke. According to the IRS, undocumented immigrants paid a total of $96 billion in taxes in 1 year, and it'll take an estimated $88 billion to deport them. We are estimated to lose a total of $200 billion just by deporting them, which we obviously can't afford. An estimated 1.7 million undocumented workers currently work in the food and agricultural industry. Did you know that? If we get rid of them, we have unharvested crops and decreased food production. What happens when we lose the workers who are actually harvesting our food that we eat? Our food prices will skyrocket. Did you know that 63% of our fruit and 40% of our vegetables in the United States currently come from Mexico? Now we're adding tariffs to that, which makes it even more expensive. That is, if we can get some to even harvest them. Oh, and if you thought Trump was going to reduce the housing costs, you are high. What exactly do you think is going to happen when we add tariffs to the majority of cement and lumber products, which come from Canada? And who works in construction? Immigrants. Approximately 40% of them are undocumented, who you're trying to kick out. But you voted for him because you thought he was good for the economy. All the way, I'm fully convinced that America is in its fuck around and find out era.
And
But the second
speaking of farmers, let's go ahead and get to them. Okay.
Who aren't feeling Trump's optimism right now are American farmers, and they are stuck in the middle of all of this.
Frank, who did you vote for president?
Mr. Trump.
Right?
Trump. Mr. Trump.
If the election were today, Frank, would you vote for Donald Trump?
No way.
Couldn't happen.
No.
You voted for President Trump. So now, in this moment, you say you're in a free fall. What is your message to him?
So I'm off the Trump train. Where I'm going for now is I got to protect my business.
Thailand, a wheat farmer who says he's lost $400,000 since Trump took office.
I think there was a lot of people who voted for him that want to stay loyal to him, but it's going to get to the point where financially, if it's between supporting the president or losing your family farm.
You voted for the president?
Yes, I did.
And do you support these policies which might be hurting farmers like you?
Right now, we're the ones that are taking the hit.
I think he's sort of backstabbing the main people who got him into office in the Midwest, and he just left us down.
But some folks...
And that's not all, baby, because those jobs that are not going to be done by all of the illegal, undocumented immigrants that we can't even afford to ship back without it collapsing the goddamn economy, which is going to get worse because of Trump's tariffs. Well, there are already social experiments taking place by putting Americans, natural-born Americans, documented Americans in those positions. And farmers are not happy with lazy-ass Americans' performances in those goddamn cotton fields, bitch. Okay, baby. It's about to be a full-on collapse, okay? This video is captioned, "The Future of USA Without Hispanic Immigrant Workers."
Of immigration law just isn't working out. Most immigration workers left, so the farmer hired Americans. The problem is, he says, most show up late, work slower, and are ready to head home after lunch. Some even quit after just one day out in the field. And farmers say many Americans are not physically fit and simply don't work fast enough.
Many of our local farmers are dependent on immigrant labor to pick their crops every day. And that's the produce you and I are buying in the grocery store. But many of the men I spoke with agree that immigrants need to be legalized in some form or fashion. Several of the farmers I spoke with today off camera say the inconsistency of the immigration law is already hitting their business. They told me workers are simply moving to states who do not have immigration laws, and they say that could jeopardize
of immigration.
I want y'all to listen to this one more time.
Law just isn't working out. Most immigration workers left, so the farmer hired Americans. The problem is, he says, most show up late, work slower, and are ready to head home after lunch.
Most American workers who farmers have been forced to hire in place of all of these ISIS raids that are sweeping all of these undocumented immigrants into FEMA camps are saying that the American workers work 20 trillion times slower, lazy, and are already over it and ready to go home after fucking lunch on their new black ass jobs. The fact that 60 to 70% of Americans suffer from some type of medical ailment, whether that be hypertension, diabetes, high cholesterol, high blood, hypertension, etc., girl. Imagine, we are literally the fattest country in the world. We have the highest obesity rates. And other Americans voted in a president who is going to deport all of the people who build their houses, their apartment complexes, their cities, who farm their food, while also being a society that cannot even endure the level of manual labor that all of these immigrants are picking up the slack on, further resulting to a societal collapse, girl. You cannot make this shit up, girl. Farmers are already losing hundreds of thousands of fucking dollars, losing manpower. The only positive news out of this is that, girl, it looks like all Americans are going to be skinny as hell, girl, when those grocery store aisles dry the fuck up, baby, because there's nobody out there to pluck your apples and your oranges, baby. Okay, because Miss Sugar Diabetes needs to work from home, girl, and needs her insulin and cannot be up under that 98-degree summer heat, bitch. Okay? Miss Becky, girl, can't be out there all day long plucking her cotton for America, girl, without skin cancer and the goddamn sun literally attacking her ass, girl. Bye to the undocumented immigrants, though, who are not playing a central role in the sustainability of the literal fucking country. Like, this is pretty much equivalent to kicking the pillars from underneath the stage, girl. Just Chun-Liing the pillars, girl. Right under, girl. Gagged, girl.
Right now.
Gag. Okay?
What's happening right now in our government should terrify you. Let me give you an example. I was a visiting scholar in the Office of Financial Education with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The administration just ordered all operations at CFPB to come to a halt. Elon Musk wants to delete it. Let me tell you a little bit about what CFPB does. When banks were opening checking accounts in people's names without telling us, they were the ones who came in and stopped it and fined them. When credit card companies were overfeeing us, they're the ones who came in and fined them and stopped it. They're the ones who have been working hard to reduce the banking fees that we pay. They're the ones who have been working hard to reduce credit card fees. They're the ones who step in and fine people for discriminatory loans. They protect consumers. Why does the government want to stop that? This is not normal. We can't expect to protect our families when the government is a threat. We can't expect that financial education can be effective when there aren't any laws to protect us. This is really dangerous stuff, and there's so much of it going on right now that it's impossible to report the depths of the dangers. This shouldn't be political. There's no ism here. There's no traditional parties that can explain what's going on with a straight face as if it's normal or appropriate. You need to be suspicious when you see headlines like CFPB halts operations, or when Elon Musk has access to Treasury Department payment systems. This is not good. What's happening?
I seem to get a job. Son's still living in the basement. I can't seem to get a job. I don't like the status quo. I'm voting for something else. And he.
I love you to life.
I love you,
but I do not believe that. I cannot believe that. And the reason I think you believe it is because you don't want to believe that that's what's really motivating them. It's always the case. People don't want to believe what the country actually is, because if they believe it, they're going to have to confront what's in them. I don't believe that. They voted for a crook, a person who they know is stealing from, just doing everything to undermine the so-called country that they love. And then they're telling us the BS that it's economics. We know that's not true. We know it's not true. And we got to raise our kids in this shit. Oops.
You're allowed. My son's still living in the...
At the same time. Like, I'm dead serious. Like, what if the whole country went on strike at the same time? Like, I'm dead serious. Like, what if we just refused to participate in the system? Like, none of us went to work. none of us did anything. Like, we just stayed home. Don't travel. Don't buy anything. No gas, nothing. Like, anyone, I mean, if you have to go to work because you're a lifesaver and shit, but like, what if just we made the system stop? I bet it would take like 7 fucking days before they're like, holy shit, like, what can we do to appease you people? Like, if Donnie Boy and his fucking billionaire cronies really start yanking VA benefits and killing Medicare and ripping SNAP benefits from people and deporting people and locking people up in camps, man, if we do that shit, then they'll actually pay attention. I promise. Because the only thing that these fucking people care about is money. And they don't get to make money unless we participate as cogs in the wheel of their fucking system. So, I don't know. What do you guys think? I think we could fucking do it.
Partner with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Now, this white man was going the fuck off, y'all.
America to take over fucking Gaza. Your argument about abortion and saving kids goes out the fucking window. Because that man has been blowing kids off the face of this fucking planet for a year. And y'all just, turn a blind eye. We'll make Gaza beautiful again. Riviera of the Middle East. Miss fucking me. If that was Kamala up there, the right would be up in arms right now. Oh, look, she's partnered with a war criminal. I'm not left and I'm not right. I'm a motherfucker with common sense that wants to see death and destruction stop. And you think America going over there and taking over a country which we have just fucking bombed for a year, you think that's going to go smooth? Might I ask you to go look at the other times in the world where America went to go rebuild? Go check that out. I'm sorry, and I don't care who this pisses off, but the second
I want to hear that one more time. It was so fulfilling.
you partner with Benjamin Netanyahu for America to take over fucking Gaza, your argument about abortion and saving kids goes out the fucking window. Because that man has been blowing kids off the face of this fucking planet for a year. And y'all are just, turn a blind eye. We'll make Gaza beautiful again. Riviera of the Middle East. Miss fucking me. If that was Kamala up there, the right would be up in arms right now. Oh, look, she's partnered with a war criminal. I'm not left and I'm not right. I'm a motherfucker with common sense that wants to see death and destruction stop. And you think America going over there and taking over a country which we have just fucking bombed for a year, you think that's going to go smooth? Might I ask you to go look at the other times in the world where America went to go rebuild? Go check that out. I'm sorry, and I don't care who this pisses off, but the second you...
And one more time for the people in the back, and I'm going to drop the link to let you all come up if you have anything you want to say to what is taking place in the current political landscape of our country. Here is the link to sound off. I just dropped it in the comment section. Make sure you guys also thumbs up the video.
In 2 weeks, I'm done. You want to talk about regretting your vote?
I never thought I'd say that, but I regret my vote. I voted for Trump.
I voted for Trump, and I regret it now.
As a Hispanic, I voted for Donald J. Trump. Dude, I regret it so much, man.
I am regretting my vote for Donald Trump.
I voted for Donald Trump, and now I regret it.
A lot of people who were like me voted for Trump and have to account for that.
I regret voting for Trump.
So deeply regret my vote for Donald Trump.
I regret voting for Trump.
I was a dumbass, voted for Trump. It was the worst decision I ever made.
I've seen the light, and I got out of MAGA. A lot of us there have seen the light. We have deep regrets.
I feel guilty because I voted for Trump twice. I feel very guilty because I feel responsible. That's why he's still running.
I was with Trump for 9 straight years. I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed in Trump.
In 2 weeks, I'm done.
I don't have anything to say. I don't have anything to say. Those of you who are not political based people, just continue to do what you've been doing. Love, build community directly where you are. Continue to protect those that you can. Continue to be a human being and look out for your fellow man, women, and child, and continue to be great folk. Politically, it's going to take a massive overhauling, and it's going to take people to put some real things on the line. We also are seeing in some ways the right eat their own. They're collapsing. There's a lot of in-house fighting. There are different facets of MAGA. It's all kind of broken up and compartmentalized and raggedy. So this is also an enemy that can easily fall on its own sword. And like I said, baby, everybody else, you may not also be left, but you damn sure not right either. You just believe in a world that just makes sense, and you just want to live in a world that is great and that is dignified and that is healthy for all people, and let everybody live their fucking lives and just, let well be well enough to fight this politically. Matter of fact, where's my girl? I missed somebody in here that I need to put in here. She said it best. And once again, it comes down to ass kicking energy. Ass whooping energy. Let me find her. Because you guys know, I've been saying that I don't believe that we can reason with this power. This power has moved full steam ahead. And this power is unreasonable. And it's not interested in a dialogue. Oh, here it is. And then I'm going to bring my auntie up, Jace, in the back. So give me 60 seconds, Aunt Jace. And I just dropped the link once again. Anybody's welcome to come up. Listen to what this young lady has to say. Let me make sure. Let's make sure. Let me see here. She echoed my sentiments exactly.
America was started as a business. It's not about your freedom. It's a business. So we're sitting up begging these white men to give us rights. No, affect their money. That's why white men change stuff. Segregation ended because of the Montgomery boys boycott, because the city of Montgomery almost went bankrupt because of an 18-month boycott. These white men all of a sudden didn't change their minds. Abraham Lincoln did not free enslaved people because he felt like he needed to do this. He did it to cripple the South economically. Anytime they've done anything, it wasn't to help us because we were humans. It was to mess up another white man's money. So we don't get rights until we mess up a white man's money. That's it. And until they see us as human beings, we have to mess their money up. That's it.
That's it. That's all. Auntie Jace, welcome to the platform, love. Can you hear me, Aunt Jace? Oh, you're on mute, boo. If you can hear me, I can't hear you. Your microphone is on mute.
Oh, there you are. Here I am.
Hey, boo.
Hey, how you doing? This is good.
I am lovely. How are you?
Well, I want to say hello to the Conscious crew.
Yes.
And I want to ask y'all to send me some good energy. I have found out that I have a dilated pancreatic duct. Now the CT scans and a sonogram haven't found. The doctor said that he doesn't see cancer.
Okay.
Praise God.
Amen.
But I have to get an MRI so they can see why it's causing me all this trouble.
Yeah.
But I guess we're in a bit of a mess. I guess we have to fuck around and find out. Those that did vote for him. Yeah. They don't get a chance to be surprised about anything he's done, because he has stood before you and told you what he was going to do. You don't get a chance to begin to whine now. because that, for those that, poor Palestinians, for those who voted for that bitch ass Jill Stein, who only shows up every 4 years, she's not out protesting or trying to help anybody. She just comes in as a disruptor every 4 years. What folks don't understand about Black people is that we have to speak in code. And Kamala was speaking in code. She had an economic plan. She came with what she was going to do. But there's some things that she had to frame in another way because she was still the vice president of the United States. I for one have been I was very disappointed but I will stand on the fact that I just know that the Mango Mussolini stole this election. It was a very sophisticated steal. He had a major tech person who had stood before people in an open forum saying that all you have to do is change one algorithm or one thing within the algorithm and you can get those voting machines to flip votes, or even if they're not flipping them, you can vote Democrat down ballot on everything you do, and then look up and see that you have a vote for him that you did not vote for him. There was in Georgia, Kemp put in place the ability for any poll worker to challenge a voter's ballot if they didn't like the signature or they were voting for whatever reason they wanted. They could challenge somebody's vote. So a lot of the votes in that state were challenged. And people, there was a gentleman who was stationed out in San Diego who had to fly back to Georgia to prove that a Black man, to prove that he was who he is in order for them to lift the challenge. I applaud you for being gracious and merciful to people that voted for him. I'm not there yet. I feel like any Black person that voted for him is a coon. That's just me. You have fucked us all, okay? You have fucked us all.
I do agree. I agree with coon.
Yeah. Y'all have fucked us all, because the whole idea behind Project 2025 was about some whining ass, incompetent white boys who felt like they couldn't get any jobs because all the good jobs and everything was going to DEI hires. Now, that is not true. White women benefited the most from DEI, just as they did in affirmative action. They benefited the fucking most. And now they are threatened because, it seems to me that they want to dial back the clock to the 1800s when white women didn't have any vote. They couldn't vote. They couldn't do shit. And there was a time when a woman couldn't even get a checking account. She couldn't do anything without her husband.
Second-class citizens.
Yes, second class. And so they will be highly affected. And for everybody who, or any Black person who is talking about what the Democrats haven't done, I never said they were a perfect party, but I do know that they are a party that has some dynamic Black people in it. So that I am a Dem, and I don't apologize for that, because while you telling me what the Democrats haven't done, you haven't presented a case to me about what the Republicans have done. They've done nothing. He goes out and he didn't even put his boy Byron Donald or little Timmy Scott. None of them got any kind of promotion or head up any kind of committee or anything like that. And what I want us as Black people to do, I said it once before, I want us to move in silence. We need to stop. We need to elevate from community to Black nation. We contribute trillions of dollars to this economy. We are the biggest consumer of products, goods, and services. We have money power if we would only recognize that. Some years ago, a Japanese man made a crack about black people, an insulting crack about black people in America. He was the head of Toyota. And Jesse Jackson, bless his heart, said, well, then we just won't buy your cars. Now, when they saw the statistics of how many black people bought Toyotas, he came back and apologized real quick. So my point is, we can cripple any corporation if we don't support them, because it's our money that's driving things. I want us to move in silence and begin to take care of ourselves. I feel for the people. I really do feel for the Palestinians. It's a shame that y'all made the wrong fucking decision. You made the wrong decision. And now folks are coming back and they're talking about, oh, you know, we're all in this together, you know, and if our rights are recognized, neither yours. Black people have been screaming that for hundreds of years in this country, that if you take my rights away, if you deny me equal rights, it won't be too long before yours will be fucked with. So I think it's about I'm just feeling this way. Let them settle, let them take care of their communities, because none of them show up for us. None. We need to begin to take care of each other. We need to begin to stop deleting each other and beefing with each other on stupid shit. Can we just put our differences aside and look at the bigger picture? How do you think the Asian community operates, or the Jewish community, or the people calling themselves Jews? That's a whole nother another discussion. How do you think they stick together? They leave their differences outside, and then they know how to come together because they look at the bigger picture. We don't have this whole project 2025 is to erase blackness out of American history, because white people never want to admit that black history is American history, because it ain't pretty and it don't make them look like the great white hopes and the saviors of the world. They're Neanderthals. They have a bloodlust. They are cruel. They want to stand up and say they serving Jesus. They're serving God. Their God is a cruel, hateful, hate-filled, divisive God. What God are you serving? It certainly is the one that you claim that you are serving.
It's so I just want of their own making. It's a God of their own hearts. It's a God that's made in the image
of them,
evil, and of their unrighteousness.
Yes, and it really is. And so I love my people. I love everything about us. I love our loudness. We as when Kendrick Lamar, as a portion of his performance, spoke about being humble. Oh, you being too loud, being ghetto. Be fucking loud. Yeah. We are allowed to be passionate. Every time we raise our voices, we somehow have to back down because we got to make white people comfortable. Fuck them. That's how I feel. Fuck them. Because to every black person that voted for this damn clown, you were nothing but a vote. You voted, you're carrying water for white supremacists, white Christian nationalists, racist, xenophobia, misogynist motherfuckers. They just wanted you to vote. And that is it. And you did. And again, you coon ass motherfuckers fucked us all. You fucked your own people. So if you think for 1 minute that DEI, that the Project 2025 includes it, I read it. they want to turn back the hands of time, baby. And when they talk about black jobs, that nigga was talking about being in the fields because they understand that when we do something, we raise a fucking bar. We raise the bar because every black kid I know, including myself, was told that we had to be better than our white peers. We do things in excellence. We are the inventors. We are the builders. We are the engineers. We are the architects. This Black History Month, they wanted to ignore everything that they've ever honored in Black History Month. We have a fallen down air, drunk ass bitch heading up the Department of Defense, and they're really saying stupid shit, things that might require the boots on the ground over in Gaza. What have these people done?
Well, they're going
what
to
have you done?
They're going to turn Gaza into the new Hawaii. They're going to turn.
Are you talking about the Riviera of the Middle East? You better ask Iran about that shit. Ask all of that countries. Yeah, right. You better ask all those Iran, Iraq, Syria, all those countries surrounding that area about that. Your ass will be a freaking target. I'm just.
What do you think about this?
I'm just done.
Screen, Auntie. People here in Florida were finding that their votes were actually changed.
That's right. That's why I'm saying, because you remember when the floods came during the election time and the machines couldn't boot up so that people could vote. Musk put up a Starlink to get these people back online. Yeah. And he fucked with the algorithm because Kamala was carrying North Carolina. She was carrying, and in my lifetime, I have never seen a presidential election called in one night. It doesn't work that way. They blew their wad. And the fact that he is a miserable motherfucker, he ain't celebrating nothing because he knows that it may take some time, but we have data analysts who are coming with receipts about how these votes were flipped, how votes were miscounted, how they were able to change algorithms within the vote counting machines. Oh yeah, there are people with receipts, and we will know because Greg Palast, who has a film called Vigilante Inc., spoke about the gerrymandering and the bullshit going on in the state of Georgia and all the southern states. He says there were about 30 million votes that Kamala should have had that were not counted because of what the states were doing. So it grieves me that we have to find out late in the game. But I will stand on the hill that he stole this when it was very sophisticated. And yet in your face. And we have somebody who is a Nazi, who is an Afrikaner, who was in South Africa when apartheid was alive. His father has gone on to talk about how he was raised and how he named him Elon after a Nazi scientist who wrote a book about colonizing Mars. So he's obsessed with that. And he has access with his incel dweebs to our most confidential and classified information. He's going in to see, because he's fucking with everybody that investigated him. He was going to be fined. He doesn't want his cars and the accidents that in those cyber trucks that are malfunctioning and people are actually not living as a result of being in these things. He doesn't want any of those statistics to come into play because he doesn't want to comply with the safety standards that all other car companies have to do.
And he was doing the same thing, Auntie Jace, even when it comes to SpaceX. His rockets were falling out of the sky. Farmers and the residents of the locale where Starlink is, or whatever the fuck SpaceX is, were complaining about safety concerns. All the shit was in the air. His shit, it was destroying fields and setting fields on fire. all type of
It's
shit.
toxifying the land. They can't even grow stuff on that land. It's poison. He has taken over NASA, and he's not created anything, as you said. The shit already existed. NASA already had those things, but he's able to go in and blow up. This shit blows up, except one time out of all the times he's launched. So I have a feeling, I agree with people. I think we ought to stand our ground. I agree with the gentleman that said, what if everybody just said, fuck it, I ain't going to work.
Yeah.
And do it for 7 days or 30 days or whatever. You could you could stop the whole nation, because these white boys, Peter Thiel and Musk, they're from South Africa. They don't like democracy, yet they are all up in our defense department. He gets $8 million a day right now from taxpayer money. The bulk of his wealth comes from taxpayer money. So
DEI money.
That's right. He's a welfare queen for real, though. You know, he getting all the subsidies and
all the federal government money.
All of that's right, things that we can't get. So again, I guess I'm just looking for those who are actually mobilizing for us. It's time for us to take care of our own people.
And that's what a lot of organizers and community leaders are calling for, is we need to start organizing like now.
Right now. And I mean seriously. Yeah. I'm down. It's time. We're overdue. Yeah. We have bought the lie that America is supposed to be. We have had to work twice as hard, 3 times, 10 times as hard to get even close to half as much as what white citizens get in this country. It doesn't matter how articulate, educated, law-abiding, educated that we are still looked at as less than. And I want us to begin to care and love each other enough that we say, fuck this. It's time for us. Black Wall Street, we've done it before. We can do it again. We have too much money. We can do it again. Support Black businesses, y'all. Support them.
Absolutely. I want to welcome Sin to the platform as well. Sin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hey, how is everybody doing?
Hi.
I've been out here grinding in these trauma ER streets.
Yeah.
And it's been wearing a heifer's ass completely. But there's a couple things I want to say. Mm-hmm. And Mother Jace, you hit a lot of my points. There's some things though we need to kind of look at a little even closer, because the immediacy is of the hour.
Yes.
Number one is that the government has not been funded past March 15th. So if everybody's filling out a tax return, you better get that shit in quick. If you're not going to owe.
That's right.
Number one, because if the way they were hyping it up after Donald Duck won, talking about, well, Donald Biden just shut the government down until it's time for Trump to take over. Well, you know what? I am living in a time in my life that I'm gonna give you exactly what they want, what you want. That's the thing. They postulate it just to get his ass in there to write all his little funky executive orders, which half of them are unconstitutional. Mm-hmm. You got to understand that. I was telling somebody at work the other day, I said, being in this ER, and we just opened up we already had 130 some beds, but we got a whole new facility now. And we had a Mexican who hit a school bus the other day and got injured running away from the cops.
Jesus.
So bring them to, you know, the county jurisdiction, which they picked him up, brought him in, handcuffed and shit. We was just to medically clear him so they can boot his ass to jail. Stupid little nurse decides that she gonna continue to answer phone calls from his baby mamas with an IES because they knew he was up there. See, well, and when anybody comes in as a patient that is under law enforcement, that is not my business to be giving you information. And now the hospitals, the places of worship, all these places are no longer protected entities where ICE can come in. And as a registered nurse, if they think that I'm harboring him because I'm waiting for his x-rays to come back to make sure he ain't broke shit before he has to go down to the police station, they will be handcuffing my ass. And she wanted to be so damn nosy about what was going on in this fucktard's life, which I could have gave a good goddamn, because I had to take him over as the night nurse. I told her, look, tell them to call the police and stop calling here. She wasn't gone 5 minutes out the door before that family, those girlfriends or whatever, baby mama started calling again. So technically, that's why we have HIPAA. Because, and if you do away with HIPAA, baby, everybody's business gonna be out there.
And that's also project, and that's also Project 2025 as well.
So I could be able to freely, honey, the secrets and shit that I know, I would be nobody's friend when it was over.
Okay.
So, but anyway, I tried to tell her, you got to be mindful that we can't not admit or deny that they're there. Just say, if I see somebody with that name, I'll give them the message. Give me your information. Hang the fuck up. So they started calling my colleague's phone because I hadn't turned on my little zone phone yet. And next thing I know, I was stuck in the middle of some shit I told her not to put me in. And so right before she left, I said, I understand you have the propensity, little baby girl, to want to be nosy and find out what's going on in his life because you hadn't lived all of that yet. That's not a lived reality in your world. But you put me in some shit I don't want to be in, because you better realize ICE will come here and put the clinks on your ass if they think we were harboring him as a fugitive, because ICE was looking for. And it's not our business to check people's documented status. I don't give a fuck. If you sick, you need help, come on in, we're gonna take care of you. I don't give a fuck about if you got insurance or not, if you're documented or not. If you sick, you come into a place where you need some help, I am there to help you.
Yeah. I saw something like a week ago from a nurse who was speaking out about the same issue about how ICE tried to raid their hospital, and they pretty much stood their grounds. I think the nurse was arguing like hospitals do not have to comply with ISIS at all. They are not they don't have any authority to enforce anything. They pretty much told ICE to kiss their motherfucking ass, and ICE had to kiss their actual ass
for now.
And she was just encouraging all Americans to just not comply and to just not be intimidated, etc. But like you said, that is a for now luxury. We don't know, what's going to happen going forward if these people are further empowered.
Right. And see, and you got to understand is that these hospitals are corporations, they're businesses. Even if we do something and kill somebody, now we can be charged with manslaughter. Yeah. It used to be a time we may lose our license, we may get censured, we may get things that wouldn't fuck with our livelihood, but now they can take your money and your freedom.
Yeah.
And so whatever happens in government affects us, because when people think they ain't got no place to run or hide, whether it's inclement weather, whether they running from somebody or something, they're coming to the hospital.
Yeah.
And I have to know how, even as a forensic nurse, to navigate that. So if I ever get called into question, look, I didn't ask about documented status. Well, how could you not know? Just because they speak Spanish don't mean nothing to me. Shit, I can Espanol and Spanglish with the rest of them. But I was born here, fool.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the things, anything that happens in the government, and even I told this to my mom today, it affects healthcare. Because when anarchy happens on the outside and the purge and all that shit, where do you think people run? To the hospital. When we ain't got no electricity, you got people on LVADs, that are these machines that keep the heart pumping until they can get a brand new heart. and they don't have no electricity to plug in for the night, they're coming to see me. So I have to be mindful of what's happening out there. And one of the things is that I noticed with all the reels, just pivoting away from that for a minute, all the reels that you just played, notice how everybody said that they regretted voting for Donald Trump. They never said they regretted being a Republican or voting for the Republican Party, which leads me to wonder, when him and J.D. Vance are out the way and their time is poorly spent in our house, in the people's house, and they can't find somebody else to keep the grift going, they're going to want us to fix the shit, and all they're going to do is go run right back over there to the Republicans.
That's right. That's right.
That they voted for this one.
Okay, so to bring some balance there, do y'all have any critiques when it comes to the left?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
I think Biden waited too late. I understand that the man was grieving his son. I get it. He's had some horrendous losses that no one person should ever have to face. He lost a child and a wife early on, to later down the line losing another child. I get it. But when he knew that brain was starting to crack a little bit, he should have had this conversation not 100 days before the election. Look, I don't think I'm gonna run again, so let's round up the troops that want to run and go through the primaries again. I don't know. I can't say it was ego or he really was trying to prevent us from being here. But the logical thing would have been, you got to know when to hold them and when to fucking fold them.
Yeah.
You got to and now more than ever. And it's just ridiculous to me that, as I love Kamala, I was out there rooting for Sus. Yes, I was. But I had a feeling it was going to go bad.
Do you believe that Kamala was a strong candidate, or did you just kind of like accept her and then stand behind her because obviously it made no sense to stand behind Trump? Or did you actually believe she was like a strong contender?
At any other point in history, she would have been a hell of a contender. And the reason why I say that, because if you look throughout history, anybody that ran for that office, who was the most fucking qualified than her? That right there. It's just that the naive, no, that's the wrong choice of words. The niggerment and fuckery going on of the people who seemed to thought that Donald Trump was going to do some shit for them. The Muslims, especially the Palestinians in this country, that we're not voting because they ain't taking a stand against Israel. Well, now you done fucked around and your people will never have another land of their own if you let them.
That's right.
Do it. Number one, I'm mad at them. I'm mad at all the Latinx, male and female, who thought I will vote. Like T.S. Madison was saying the other day. Yeah, I will vote for Donald Trump. Yeah, now he fit the boat y'all asses out of here. And
that's right.
And listen to, I can understand in their communities, whoever is the one that's knowledgeable, the oldest, the elder, the revered, whatever, that they respect their word. It takes them out of the equation of thinking for themselves. So they had this congresswoman who was Hispanic telling everybody, a big diehard Trump supporter, now begging for him not to deport Nicaraguans, Venezuelans, Haitians, and somebody else.
He doesn't care. He told you he don't care. Now those executive orders that he's signing aren't worth the paper that they are written on. He is going to be challenged. He talked about not putting his hand on the Bible during the swearing in. He demonstrated, I intend to place myself above the Constitution. I don't intend to honor the Constitution. And so that is where the crisis is right now. He said that he didn't give a shit if you were born on this soil and was a naturalized citizen. You were going to. And his border czar, Tom Homan, is champing at the bit, baby. to get as many of them out of here as he can. They started ice raids down in Kern County in California, where all the farms are and all the vegetables and things and fruit are. And they started running people, taking them and deporting them then. And now when I see Hispanic families walking in LA, they have the entire family together. None of them walk alone. The men are wearing black hoodies and jeans, and they are walking with all of their children, and they're having backpacks and bags and things. In the event that they get pulled off the street, they have some things that they might need. This shit is, and yet here's what happens. Immigrants that come to this country don't know a damn thing about what we have endured in this motherfucker. They don't know. They only know what the white folks tell them. They don't know. They think that we are pimps, hoes, that we lazy. We don't want to do this. When I had a man told me he was surprised at all the black professionalism and black professionals in Atlanta. And I asked him, why the fuck are you surprised?
Hello.
That's because they come here and they want to be white aligned. They think white people are the best people. They think white people are going to protect them. Then they fuck around and find out that you're not one of them, boo. You are not a white person. We don't give a shit about you.
So I guess that y'all don't have any respect for Conscious crew member Leroy, who is a black male and definitely is Team Trump, and so far has not regretted his decision in voting up into office.
Well, Leroy, baby, I'm not going to castigate you because you're a brother. We get enough of that just from else. But what I would say is this. Like my mama, who will be 80 this year, God willing, and the creek don't rise, keep living.
That's right. I already told you how I feel. So, that's just me. I don't have the patience. I'm trying to like figure it out because you can't give me any justification. So you can't tell me what he's done for black people at all. Y'all don't remember the Central Park 5 where he called, I was living in New York when he was taking full page ads out calling for the execution of these 5 teenage boys. And now that they have been exonerated, yes, all over and going on TV calling them animals and anything that he could, and now Yusef Salaam is in politics in New York. He said for all of the righteous Christians that he had never done anything wrong. That's why he's never asked God for forgiveness. And so all of that, those quote assassination end quote attempts, I'm thinking they was all set up. I don't believe it for 1 minute. I really don't. He had to get the sympathy vote, and so now we got the little black man who prayed for him. He was such a clown. How dare you insult Dr. King? Trying to include Dr. King in that bullshit. And
I was hoping Bernice would have ceased and desisted that, even though it was well done. He's gonna try to come back around at some point again and pray that prayer. I was hoping that because I live down here too. I was like, off into this nigga ass with a cease and desist and tell him if you even mention Martin Luther King, even in your sleep, you gonna sue his ass.
That's right. I thought that prayer, I started laughing. I said, he is not conflating these two issues. He is not. Oh, he wanted to be powerful. It was not getting in me. It wasn't a sincere prayer.
Laughing at him. They were panning the audience laughing at him.
I have a question.
White people took that as a joke.
Yeah, because it was. Now for Democrats, as I said, I've never said they were perfect. They have at times, to me, taken advantage of the black vote. But see, I see these young lions with fire in their belly. I see Jasmine Crockett and Summer Lee and Ayanna Pressley and Maxwell Frost and Ilhan Omar and AOC. I see these young, progressive uh, Democrats who ain't afraid to fight. They come ready to fight.
Yeah.
So
And I
my
want them to get rid of Mother Nancy. She's 2,000 years old. Her old ass need to go home and take care of Paul and unleash Hakeem Jeffries.
Yes,
and go on and let these young lions come up and because they understand social media, they understand a whole lot. These are not Reagan Republicans who was pretty fucked up too, because Reagan was. But
the world. But they are part of the problem of, and I was sharing, because with Conscious, I always tell them I like to bring the historicals. That's why I'm liking this dialogue that we're having right now.
Yeah.
They've run this play at different decades. When Reagan, he sent all the jobs overseas, especially in factory and stuff. So anything that was the Industrial Revolution, he pretty much ground that shit to a halt.
He sure did. He busted unions too.
My cousins and my father were all a part of the constant layoffs, and my mom too, because she never got her industrial job back. Then they ran the play with Bush. Well, let's see if we fuck with the housing, if we fuck with the transportation, if they can't live and they can't get nowhere. They've been running bits and pieces of this play and to see what works and what doesn't work. Go back and look at everything they've done.
Yeah.
They're at the season where it's just right for the culmination because they did the one thing that they couldn't figure to do, which was how do we indoctrinate the people? Start fucking with the education that no student left behind. They were, trust me, I couldn't have got out of any class without knowing American history, whether it was Black history, the Spanish history part, any of it. Now you got people like Jasmine Crockett say don't even know that even sitting in fucking Congress don't know what the hell the census is for. So I don't trust you to be able to interpret any of the laws for me.
I think she did talk about what the census is and understands it. I don't know.
When she polled people, they didn't fucking know.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. You're right. When they polled the especially those across the aisles, they did not know, and that's the problem. We have a woman who failed a GED 6 times, and she's a representative in Colorado. Lauren Boebert.
Exactly. Couldn't even spell Boebert if they hadn't taught us since kindergarten. If she had to
right.
Yesterday. Wouldn't even know how to spell her own damn name.
And Russell Vogt, who is one of the main, he's the OMB director now, one of the main architects of Project 2025, during an interview said he wanted to destroy the education department because they're teaching CRT. He knows that CRT is a graduate study that's offered in some law schools where they study the system of racism. They don't want us telling our stories. Their history books gave the white man's perspective of what slavery was. They were just some genteel Southern gentlemen that just they cotton picked, They don't want to discuss the cruelty that they reaped on the people. So now that we are telling our own stories, he's pissed off because now.
They must have didn't think social media was going to take off. Well, we have the avenues to tell our stories now. We don't have to wait. Because there used to be a time, and I know you remember, Mother Jace, when the news came on, it was very matter of fact. It wasn't a side or it just whatever the news was, that's how they told it. They didn't assert their personal beliefs or political ideologies or nothing. They reported the news. Now that the news, even news people in media now have been swayed to take a side, we can do our own reporting and, even with us, we can pick a side even in that. But now we can do our own research. I have a feeling that the older white men in this country, we're talking about these 80s politicians and back and forward, didn't think that we would have such a wealth of information at our hands with our phones and our tablets and our computers, where we don't have to take the bullshit that comes out of their mouth. That's why they made sure to get them bastards in under the cut and sitting at that damn inauguration to
That's
influence
right.
how we are going to be able to tell our own stories.
That's
and
right.
Like it is.
And now, I mean, journalists, there are still some good journalists out there. They research what they write, and we have to appreciate them. I agree with you. It has, they have had, because they are afraid of this clown filing baseless lawsuits against them. It's about being nice to his ass. No, with a bully, you stand up. Because when you confront the bully, he can't do the shit. He'll back down. In the NATO nations, I was listening to a politician from Canada. She said, he put tariffs out. We going penny for penny. And we are going to tax any Teslas. They're going to tax the shit out of Teslas in Canada. His stock has fallen all over the world. Wall Street is selling off his debt because X ain't making no fucking money. So he is tanking in many, many ways.
But I think a lot of it was a grift to rob the government.
It is.
Why would you need the access codes to the payment system of this damn government?
It's because they need to find the money for those tax cuts.
Off of each social security number and shit that you come across here, you'll get your, because he knew Trump was not going to be able to afford to pay him back.
That's the return on his investment. That's right.
I don't care what nobody say. He knew. Elon Musk knew Trump was not gonna pay him back if he bought this fucking election. That's why he threw all his chips into X so he can get all the power players in the tech world under his belt to rig the machines, and now come up with that fake Doge shit so he can get grips on the keys to the vaults of the money of the America and rape it and walk away, because he knows unless they catch him, he'll never go to trial for it. He'll never go to prison. He'll let the shit collapse, turn us over to Putin, and walk the fuck away.
And so what we're finding out, though, is that in Germany and France and some of the European countries, they are launching lawsuits. They have said to him, you will not interfere with our elections over here. While he was over there talking to the Germans, telling them they need to get over the guilt of the Holocaust, they had put up Heil Tesla on his factory, and now his sales there have tanked. He thinks he's going to he can just buy shit and fashion the world in the image he wants it to be in, which is, this whole thought that white folks are a fucking master race. You are not. You're Neanderthals. You are mankind. You are animals. And so he will be stopped. Because I tell people we are not powerless. Damn.
I want to play something for y'all. Speaking of him, which this is, I don't know if y'all saw the House of Democrats press conference on Elon Musk and what he's doing with Doge and all that, but I want to play
that shit as a good pie present to say, kiss my ass, I got your funds.
Yeah. I'm going to play by audio.
Okay.
Simple here.
Well, actually, I'm going to pull it up on screen. Actually.
So thanks. We have the Democratic leadership on the Ways and Means Committee, including the ranking members, who have great knowledge of the particular disciplines in which they oversee. And part of the job, as you're reminded, is that Congress is here to oversee the executive and to check executive authority, and certainly to raise some questions about what I think we all agree right now is constitutional overreach. And centralized power in American democracy has always been a fair subject for inquiry
And as we proceed in April to celebrate the beginning at Concord and Lexington of the 250th anniversary of the American Declaration of Independence, let's not forget that part of it was the idea that from the Runnymede, Magna Carta, the Battle of Hastings, right to the Declaration of Independence, it was checking executive authority. And that is our fundamental role. And that members of Congress don't serve under presidents of the United States. We serve with presidents of the United States.
Period.
I think one of the things that we're also very mindful of today is that the data breach, and that's what it would be treated like with any other press announcement if somehow somebody broke into the most private records that individuals have. But what's more important than health records? What is
my financial ones?
in health records? If an individual goes to a pharmacy, to the CVS or to Walgreens, they're very guarded about the prescription that they might secure. That is their business. We have no idea now where this data might land. And as it relates to even Social Security, remember, part of Social Security is disability. And disability, I don't think people want to share what the disabilities might be or how they're being perhaps medicated for them. And not to miss the point as well, in Medicare Part D, the prescription drug benefit, this is about the provider. And not to miss the point as well, in Medicare Part D, the prescription drug benefit, this is about the providers and who has access to this information. So I think that we are all united in this issue that privacy remains next to liberty in our constitutional society. We'll hear more about that. Terry Sewell, who is entirely knowledgeable. I've been to Alabama with her, spent 3 days. We toured her hospitals. We toured her healthcare providers. She's very sensitive to this information as well. Congresswoman Sewell.
Good afternoon. I'm Congresswoman Terry Sewell of Alabama's 7th Congressional District, and I serve as ranking member.
Oh, and the link is for anybody in the chat who wants to come up and join the discussion. And to my panelists, if there's anything that you all hear here that y'all want to give commentary on, just let me know and I can pause it and allow y'all to.
I do, because something just hit my spirit.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
You go ahead and play it, because I'm not gonna forget it, because it's
You
part
sure?
of what I do today.
You sure?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
The Ways and Means Subcommittee on Oversight. I want to thank Ranking Member Neal for convening us today. This is an urgent matter, one that demands immediate attention. Let me be clear. Elon Musk has absolutely no business handling the personal information of American taxpayers, period. For an unelected billionaire to have full access to Americans' personal tax and Social Security information is not only egregious violation of privacy, but it is illegal under Section 6103 of the Internal Revenue Code. As we all saw this morning, we uncovered a set of alarming emails shining a light on Elon Musk's true intentions. He sought to use his access to the Treasury payment system in order to cut off payments to USAID. This raises extremely serious concerns. If Elon Musk can shut off payments to an entire federal agency, we can only imagine what he will be doing with Americans' personal taxpayer information. The American people deserve to know exactly what information has been accessed, how many times it has been accessed, and for what purpose it is being used. As a ranking member of the Subcommittee on Oversight, I am demanding that the IRS provide those answers to us immediately. I led a letter signed by every Ways and Means Democrat to the Acting Commission of the IRS requesting specific details about Elon Musk's access to America's information. Let me be very clear. President Trump is not king. Congress is a co-equal branch of government, and we will not hesitate to exercise our oversight authority to hold this administration accountable. On behalf of the American people, we expect a prompt and thorough response to our questions. I want to take a moment to thank everyone who has reached out to my office to express their concerns. Our phones have been ringing off the hook with constituents who are horrified and frightened that their personal information has been handed over to an unelected billionaire with no accountability to the American people. I want you to know that I see you, we hear you, we all know that we will do everything in our power to fight back against this reckless abuse of power. Rest assured, we will not stand by and let Donald Trump and Elon Musk violate your privacy and dismantle the programs you rely on in order to enrich themselves and their billionaire friends. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to yield the podium to the Tax Subcommittee ranking member, none other than the gentleman, Mike Thompson from California.
Thank you very much. I'm Mike Thompson from California's 4th Congressional District and the ranking member of the Tax Subcommittee. I'd like to thank Chairman Neal and all of my colleagues on the committee for the great work that we're doing to protect our constituents and the American people. You couldn't find a better group of experts in this policy area than those that I share this stage with today, nor could you find better advocates for their constituents and for our democracy, and I'm proud to stand with them. Constitutional overreach or violation of the law, take your pick. What I know for sure is that my constituents are upset. I've heard from thousands of constituents, emails, phone calls, personal conversations. People are fed up with the chaos that's coming out of this administration, and rightfully so. They're concerned that their private information, both their private financial information and their private healthcare information, has been breached. That's wrong. And now we hear today that the next step is they're going into the Veterans Administration. Veterans who fought for, put their life on the line for our democracy and our country, their privacy is being breached or about to be breached as well. That's wrong. I stand with my colleagues in saying that we'll do everything we can to stop this chaos, stop this nonsense, stop this attack, and protect our constituents, the American people, and our democracy. Now it's my honor to introduce the ranking member of the Health Subcommittee from Texas, Mr. Lloyd Doggett.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, our future Mr. Chairman. I am Lloyd Doggett from Austin, Texas. May or may not have Elon Musk as a constituent down there somewhere around our area, but while never elected to anything, he has elected to invade the privacy of every American by accessing confidential information such as bank numbers, social security numbers, and tax information that is so sensitive that improper disclosure of it can lead to 5 years in federal prison. This information has never before been shared with outsiders. Safeguards on its abusive use by Musk and his merry band of minions has not been there because President Trump first authorized him to basically do whatever he wanted to. And second, he removed the Inspector General at the Treasury Department, as he did at about 16 or 17 other agencies that provided a watchdog to ensure that the proper procedures were followed. The former top career official at the Treasury Department, someone who had been the guardian of the safety of the American people for 35 years, said no when Mr. Musk came, and he was pushed aside and access was given to these records over his objection. Now, arithmetic is the big factor here in this Congress because there are more Republicans than there are Democrats, although only by one, perhaps, during much of the period in question. We are here to declare that while we recognize those limitations, we will use every tool we can find, every tool available to protect the privacy of the American people and to ensure that Elon Musk and Donald Trump don't disrupt payments on which individuals and American businesses are depending. With that in mind, one of the rarely used tools in this Congress is to file a formal resolution of inquiry. In addition to the requests that have been described that we've already sent as members of the Ways and Means Committee to the Treasury Secretary, the Internal Revenue Service, we will be filing a resolution of inquiry to demand that the administration answer key questions regarding the safety of Americans' private data. When alarm rose over Musk's access to this information, the Trump administration immediate response was that Musk minions only had access to read whatever they found over there at the Treasury Department, not to change anything. But subsequent developments raised great questions about that. Musk himself has boasted that he has blocked payments to Lutheran Social Services. And as my colleague mentioned, that he was using this information to cut off payments to the Agency for International Development, a very vital part of our national security that is under assault by the Trump administration.
Wow.
We don't know when and on whom the Musk-Trump axe will next fall, but we are trying to do something about it. Now, one of my constituents in Austin has already experienced a problem with this payment system under the Trump administration. When she attempted to submit a request for payment on a federal grant, she only received the message, quote, error unrecognizable. And she verified that the same thing had happened to another Texan in a nearby city. You know, I think error unrecognizable is an apt description for the unprecedented assault on the private data of American citizens and a tool for disbursing federal dollars. Instead of protecting Americans by acting immediately on our petition for inquiry, I'm sure that the Speaker, a Trump minion, an enabler in chief, will no doubt refer it to the full Ways and Means Committee, which is pretty busy right now because they're working overtime to ensure that Musk and his fellow billionaires get more tax breaks. But if we do not get prompt action in the Ways and Means Committee, we're authorized under the rules of the House to bring this directly to the full House. And perhaps at that time, divided by a single vote, Americans can determine whether their member views the importance of protecting privacy and assuring uninterrupted payment of Social Security payments, veterans benefits, tax refunds, and the vital funds on which our families, our American businesses, and our communities depend. That's what we'll be about. And to add to it, I call on my colleague, the ranking member on the Trade Subcommittee, Linda Sanchez of California.
So for those asking, what can they do? Well, right now they are petitioning for a investigation because this is illegal and it is punishable to 5 years in prison. So they are demanding answers as to context, and they are asking for the powers that be that are greenlighting this, who are not holding Trump accountable, to hold him accountable, and they are, they're pushing in for an investigation to get to the bottom of this.
So good afternoon. I too am proud to stand with these outstanding members of the Ways and Means Committee
And if all else fails, it's time to pick up a folding chair and go upside motherfuckers' heads.
push back on this unprecedented overreach of power. I'm Congresswoman Linda Sanchez, and I'm the ranking member on the Ways and Means Trade Subcommittee. Chaos is the only way to describe what is happening. It's as simple as that. Chaos is all that we have seen out of the Trump administration so far. We're seeing chaos on the trade front with tariffs. President Trump threatens them, and then he gets scared and he retreats. He leaves fragments in place and then delays others on a whim. And chaos is what we're seeing at Treasury with Elon Musk and Doge as well. Why in the hell were a bunch of kids who are not even legally old enough to rent a car given access to Americans' private information? The law is clear. Congress enacted Section 6103 to protect Americans' private tax information. But not a single one of our Republican colleagues seem to care that that law is being violated. And they don't care that the private tax information of millions of Americans is in the hands of Elon Musk and his teenage cronies. Democrats are demanding answers. We want oversight, hearings, and investigations into this invasion of privacy. But we can't do it alone. The math isn't on our side. We need a few Republicans who still believe in law and order and separation of powers and co-equal branches of government. We need them to stand up and to stand with us, to stand up for the people that they serve. President Trump might be fine surrendering complete control to de facto President Musk,
But Congress shouldn't be okay with an unelected billionaire calling the shots. Until Republicans are willing to stand up to Presidents Trump and Musk, there's just going to be more chaos. And the American public deserves better. With that, I'm proud to introduce outstanding member and colleague of mine from the great state of Nevada, Stephen Horsford.
Good afternoon. I'm honored to join with my colleagues and want to thank the chairman, Richie Neal, for providing leadership, as well as Leader Hakeem Jeffries. I am Stephen Horsford. I represent Nevada's 4th Congressional District. And as a member of the Ways and Means Committee, I want my constituents to know that I'm working hard to defend them every single day. Now, look, the American people elected Donald Trump to run our government for 4 years, not to.
I want to commercial break super quick. I just got an email from a Conscious crew member who just emailed me and said this, and maybe the panelists can speak a little bit to this. And I know everybody is kind of dealing with this very differently. Watching your show right now, I love your empathy, delivery, honesty, and humor. As I have said before, you have the most honest and compassionate show that I've ever seen, and I thank you for that. Thank you so much, Boo. It continues, however, at this moment, I feel lost and hopeless regarding how vicious MAGA human beings are treating other human beings. Every day I retry to shake it off and think of the positive, but where is the positive? Thank you again, Marty in Michigan. I brought up the conversation earlier, ladies, about, you know, the way in which a lot of non-Donald Trump supporting people have internalized this vote, how the people that voted for Trump, you know, literally discuss those who didn't, even if those people are people that they love. And this has led to a lot of depression and discouragement and breakdown in personal relationships. Do y'all want to speak to the way that y'all are dealing with that? I know, Auntie Jace, you already said that you're still kind of struggling to put your cross on right now.
It's because I want to say I feel for Marty.
Yeah.
Because he is not alone in those feelings at all. I'm about to cry.
Yeah.
Because it is difficult to wake up every day knowing that this felon, 34 counts, is on a mission of retribution and on a mission to destroy America, that MAGA is made up of a bunch of racist white Confederate motherfuckers who are still trying to fight the war. I feel so for him. I still pray.
Yeah.
I still pray. Because I don't know what else I can do. But he needs to know that he is not alone. If he needs to go talk to somebody, do that. If you need to holler and scream and vent, we keep thinking that, oh, we can't be angry. Right. Oh, we have to be calm. No, anger can be a very motivating emotion.
Yes.
You can get angry enough so that you decide to do something about what is affecting us. He is not alone.
Yeah.
And what we have to do is, as tired as we may be, we have to continue to stand for what we know is right. We have to, and this is, as Black people, we want equal rights. We've been fighting for civil rights. We want equal rights because we are American citizens. They're trying to put something in the law where if you haven't registered to vote, that in order to vote, you need to get a certified copy of your birth certificate to prove that you're an American citizen, because there's white boys that's trying to say that we aren't citizens. I wish they would. I will pray for him because he is feeling like I feel every day that I have to get up and I meditate, I do all I can to remain calm. But there have been times when I felt like I needed to scream at the top of my lungs and ask the Creator, where are you? We are feeling lost and abandoned. Where are you? Blessing, blessing.
I want
Yeah.
to add to that too, super quick. I think something that can help to mitigate some of the frustration and some of the pessimism that, is kind of eclipsing the populace is, I think, doing something, even if it's very small, is better than doing nothing at all. Whether that's starting a small support group, whether that's calling your local representatives, applying pressure on them, getting their feedback, asking them what you can do in the community and as a citizen to make things better in any way, shape, form, or fashion, creating an online support group. I think it's staying active and actually being proactive. It doesn't have to be some big grand proactiveness, but I think if you are actively contributing to a solution, that it will positively impact the psyche, and it will help to maintain a sense of faith and hope, because we are actively doing something, doing what we can within our given capacity, doing the best with what we have. And I think that that's kind of a part of the encouragement piece. So I would encourage Marty and everybody who is feeling pretty bleak and pretty defeated right now. I know it's a lot going on, and we're being like very overly stimulated and bombarded with a lot of political content that is not what we imagine or desired for the present moment or the future. But I definitely think that getting active in any way that you can would definitely help to encourage those dopamine and serotonin hits, and you get to go to bed at least knowing that like you're doing your part every night. And I think that we have to hold on to that and hold on to whatever degree of hope that we can, because right now we cannot afford to lay down. We can't even afford it. It's not even an option that we lay down. We have to stand upright, and we have to just continue to stay erected in this thing. And I think we just have to contribute. We just have to contribute. So I just encourage everybody to just do like what you can and just hold on to that as strategies and visions are implemented. I know that Don Lemon was talking about like doing a march and a galvanizing hundreds of thousands of anti-Trumpers and us hitting the streets. There are community organizers who are thinking right now about how we need to hit this, how we need to tackle this, what we can do, and particularly to bring solution and remedy to a lot of the things taking place. So also staying plugged in to the news and just staying encouraged and staying proactive. But more so, I think we all need to make a unanimous choice to do something, whatever that is, to actually do, like to put a big capital on the do, because we can't afford to lay down, and we can't afford to be passive observers. I know we're saying we didn't do this, but the reality is like we're in this and we're on the same board, and this is not going to happen to a select few. It's not going to happen only to those who voted against their best interests. It's going to happen to those who also knew better from the beginning, for those who did the right thing from the beginning. This hurricane is coming in all of our direction, and it has no discretion on who voted and how they voted. It's coming for us. So it got to come for it. And so we just gotta stay plugged in. We gotta organize, and I'm going to be using my own personal platform every time that I find any nuggets or wisdoms or strategies, or if I'm in this space, or y'all send me things, like send me tea, email me what's going on, who's saying what, if there's anything that we can do, any person we can talk to, any rallies, any boycotts, if y'all get any personal ideas or whatever, like email me that stuff, DM me that stuff, and then I can collect and compile that stuff and bring it to the platform, and we can do our own, in our own way. We can contribute to the empowerment and the hopefulness of our people. But yes, it is hard because, like I said, I've been dragging myself around because it is very discouraging, but I'm also trying to be a very I'm trying not to be farsighted. I'm trying to have long vision here and not get caught up in the initial bullshit. I know the right is also throwing a lot of shit up against the wall just to see what sticks, see who gonna be with it. They're trying to measure, who these judges are, who is passive, who's aggressive, who ain't with the shits, who is by the books. So they're throwing their fair share of shit. Not everything that they're doing is going to stick. And so, we don't need to just succumb completely to the outer darkness of it all. So to stay encouraged and do whatever you can. And Sin, if you want to chime in.
Yeah, I do.
Excuse me, Sin, may I just say one more thing? It's all right for you to step back for a minute.
That's what I was going to say.
Step back from social media, step back from the news, step back, take care of yourself. Do something that brings you joy. It's okay. And don't get uptight if you don't, if it takes you a minute to get back, you know what I mean? To get back to that sweet spot. You're going to have to be patient with yourself.
Show yourself some grace in this season. It's tough for everybody. I would agree. If you have to unplug for a while, do that. Don't get so overwhelmed and you forget your very passions, the thing that keeps the blood pumping in your veins. If that's taking a walk every day, if that's painting, if that's going to museums, whatever it is that feeds your spirit and your soul, do that. If it's church, if the God of your understanding, whatever it is, because no devil in hell and none with two legs walking this earth has a right to take your passion away from you. They don't have a right to put you mentally and physically in a space that's not good for you, that makes you less than, that makes you unproductive in the ways that move your spirit. And understand that the chairs that we used 2 years ago in Alabama, I just went to Walmart the other day. They got a whole bunch of them. Put a couple in your car. We may have to go back to the simplest of things, because we're so caught in the minutia of all of this, is that we're getting frustrated. We feel like we have no outlets. Remember the thing that moves your heart, that sings your heart song. I mean, because there are days I had it, because I about cussed out a doctor at work the other day, because I don't let them slide when you coming at me wrong and I've done nothing to you. And twice I let her do it. But see, I said, Cynthia, this time, since she think that Donald Trump or she's is her president and he's emboldened her, the one thing I have learned from them is what you put in black and white will stand. Meaning every time she see me, it's not gonna be on site with me cussing her out. It's gonna be me on site with that pen in that paper or in that computer, writing her ass up if I think she's sniffing wrong in my direction. If I think she's mistreating other staff members and patients and visitors, I'm gonna be on that ass with my pen and my paper and with my computer, because this makes no sense. I mean, it's always somebody that wants to be a bully until they meet a bigger bully. Then all of a sudden they want to play victim, and I'm not going to even give her room to play that either. And I sat there in the nursing station in front of everybody and said, I'm tired of her funky ass attitude. Y'all better go get her, because I'm not the 1, the 2, the 3, nor the 4. I wasn't bothering her. She gonna try to she waited till I walked past her with a wheelchair. I had said, excuse me. She gonna shake her little flat behind itself, and it like I did, like she didn't hear me. So when I said it a little louder with a excuse me, like that, then she gonna move out the way just a little bit. So when I'm squeezing by with the transporter chair, and she waits till I smooth walk past it, and you still hit me with the chair, I turned around with the Sealy finger when she said, you know, them 2 fingers that she had up when she was getting on Hoppo's ass in the original Color Purple. I had 2 fingers in her direction. I said, I asked you twice. Excuse me. Well, you didn't have to hit me. Okay, goodbye. She wanted to hurry up and say, because baby, and right in front of my patient and his sister, his visitor, and they heard me say, excuse me, because they looked around, because when they heard my voice, because they heard me coming back up the hallway. And they was like, no, she didn't. You know, and I was like, that's all right. I got one for her. Because you lucky, and she's very lucky that the doctors and the nurses do not get off at the same time, that they leave an hour before us. But that don't mean me no never mind, because we can always see when they working. I can just be waiting in the little parking garage for, since they don't go around there, what you call it, patrolling like they do anyway, like they should anyway. And me and her gonna have a real conversation, and I'm gonna let her know, you keep trying this, my ass whooping is not gonna be the one you gonna have to fear. It's gonna be the next one, because you won't see it coming. But don't you have a right to exist and be at peace of mind, heart, and spirit without being inundated with all the nigglement and fuckery that's going on in this administration. Because if God be the God that he says he is going to avenge for us. We have to call down those warring angels. We have coming up in the Lenten season. We got our 40-day fast. We got our 30 days of prayer. Look, this will be the season coming up to start breaking up some of this bullshit in the air, on our knees. Because we do everything to try to get relief, but we forget about the one that has granted relief by way of what his son did for us on the cross. I don't bother with people anymore. I take them to the one that created them. God, these your kids. I know you may not like them, but you need to deal with them. Because you know me, I'm trying to stay in the same place, pay these bills, and stay in my house, because I have enjoyed being back home in my house these last 5 or 6 months. If anybody that on this social media will tell you on Conscious page what I have been through, I will never let another devil in hell make me think that I'm not a good nurse, that I'm not employable, because like you said, the DEI thing was for the white nurses. Because they damn sure wasn't hiring me. And I'm now in year 27 of my career, trying to get myself together so I can finish this doctorate I had been working on, and I had to start and stop because of their bullshit. No one's putting me in that trick bag no more.
So I have a question.
Right.
I keep hearing God. So I have a question for y'all. Like, what do y'all believe that, like, if Christ was right here in this moment physically, like, what do y'all think Christ would instruct?
Flip over some tables, because I serve the gangster Jesus, the one that, you know, created the north side, the south side, the east side, and the west side of heaven. Because I'm, you know, me and my tribe in heaven is on the south side. That Jesus, the one that went in there flipping over tables and probably was beating ass.
That's right.
That's the one.
I don't think we have to be passive.
No.
We have power.
The church
we have power.
He didn't say be a punk. He said be angry and sin not. But he said that the kingdom of heaven suffered violence, and the violent got to take it by force. I'm just doing what he said.
That's right.
Okay, so my next question is, like, what does that look like? Does that look like boycotting? Does that look like, because I know the young lady I played earlier, which is something that we know, you know, like, we know that America is all business, and of course, you know, the only time that they listen is when it comes to their pockets and hitting the bottom dollar. I do think that we need to seriously entertain and organize around companies, which we have a great hit list already. It's all the companies that are actually overhauling DEI and getting rid of that. I think we need to organize, and we do need to target like these companies and pull our money out of these places.
Well, they have a thing coming up on February 28th, which is the blackout, no purchase, don't buy nothing, not even gas that day. It's been
Yeah.
circling around
Down
on
for that.
Yeah.
Facebook and Instagram. I
Mhm.
got a copy of it tonight.
Send it to me, Sam.
Yeah.
Okay.
That.
Yeah, it says the national we ain't got
National.
it
Yeah.
on the February 28th day. If once a week we keep our dollars in our pocket, because
That part.
here's the thing, in order to affect change behavior, because I don't care what all the psychology books say, and of course I read them because they're part of my practice.
Yeah.
But let's be clear here. Two things will get you some real decent act right with crazy adults in this world now. You fuck with their money, you fuck with their freedom. And personally, I'm into wanting to make billionaires poorer than I am right now, and personally take their freedoms since they fucking with mine.
On period.
Absolutely. What they seem to have forgotten is that the wealth came because of your human resources. Your wealth came because you had a service and that people invested their money in your service. I want us to be able to do it for more than one day. I want us to be able to try to hold it down for a week.
Like I said,
And
if
I,
people need hospitals, I'll be all down for it. Because as long as we can stock up in the beginning, I will take
that's right.
and put canned goods all in my house, pile my freezer up, buy another freezer, pile that one up, and sit here
That's right.
with a gun.
Because one day is good and it can make an impact. But to me, it lessens the impact if we the next day
We
are
going back
out there
to what we
going
did.
back. That makes it ineffective to me. We need to be able to hold it down for a period of time because Target's stock went way down as a result of the boycott.
Yeah, but I think that's probably what we're going to do because we might not can hold it down for now in terms of a multitude of days. But if we
Yeah.
do it on a consistent basis where we drive their stocks down, that can serve some wake up too.
Oh, absolutely. That's right.
Because there's
And with
nothing
these
like a good
coming,
old stock market crash to have CEOs jumping off bridges. Hell, if you don't know, young people listening, check your history when they had the last one.
they jumped out of windows.
They because the one thing what rich people don't want to be is poor, especially if they've never been it. The whole idea will make them drink cyanide and off themselves.
That's right. That is right. That's why they now in these buildings they have windows that you can't open. It was because when the stock fell, the great stock market fall, people were jumping out of windows. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It might be different. We have to get some, but we do have to get some consistency. Uh,
And another thing, just in terms of houses of worship, just the kind of sideline there, because I've had the last couple of weeks when I'm not working, I've been watching stuff all and history stuff. That's part of my Black history contributions to myself about different ways that we protested. But one of the things is we have no direction. When we had direction, the church was leading that front. Those were the places that we went into and strategized and planned and got stuff together. Right now, everybody wants to do something, but we have no real places to go. We may have to go back to these grassroots means of talking in code, meeting in secret spaces like we Harriet Tubman and them running from stuff.
that's right.
Not showing our game plan to everybody. Just saying, hey, we having to get together at this house, and there's 40 or 50 of us in somebody's backyard trying to, put something together where we can go and get another 50 at another house and then, create. We got to understand that grassroots
Protest work.
move this
Yes,
nation, but you got to be willing to do the work. A lot of grassroots stuff changed a lot of stuff in this nation because a
sure
few
did.
people got pissed off enough or pissed on, whatever version you want to use, and they decided to get up and do something about it.
That's right. They work. I know a lot of young people were trying to tell me that we hadn't gotten anywhere, marching and protesting hadn't hadn't gotten us anywhere. I said, I'm friends with John Lewis. Ask him where he came out of the cotton fields to become a representative in the federal government. Ask him how far we've come. And you talking about you need a plan, but you don't have a concept. You don't even have a concept of a plan. If you're going to talk to me about what doesn't work, then you need to come up to me and tell me about something that might work or could work.
And could we get the black folks? And I know there's a lot of black men, and I love y'all. I think y'all the best thing next to sliced bread. But could y'all stop buying into all these conspiracy theories around this stuff that and you always want to push this narrative and this agenda. But when because I have a good friend from my hometown that lives in this area that is one of the main ones on Facebook do this. He's always getting his page stricken. You always are fussing and putting this stuff out here, but you never offer not one solution. Not one.
No solution.
But they got the time and the energy, but when you ask them about a solution, or even could you cite your reference so I, as a learned man and woman, could go and look it up for myself and teach myself, it's offensive. That's crazy to me. We're in our own way. We're all fighting the same fight, but it seems to be we're in different chapters of the book.
Correct.
And the assignment was to start at page 1. You got some on page 1. You got some already finished. You got some of them that's in the index. You got other ones that didn't open the book at all. Could we all be on the same page in the same book, in the same chapter, on the same sentence at the same time?
And that is my exact point. Can we get on the same page and with a vision, with concepts you've talked about, a plan? They came up with Project 2025. We need to come up with our version, what we are going to do. We can do this. I keep telling y'all, we are not powerless in this situation. We got the power. We just have to use it, and we have to decide we are going to do this together.
So I guess we also have to. I guess we all have to also. I think to get there to the unison, I guess we have to also work on our messaging because we are asking a community that has been snatching each other wigs all the way up to this point. You got black men on different pages with black women. You got a lot of black men who are living vicariously through Trump because of their frustrations with the women who have been able to do it with the help of the government, which have been a blow to black men's ego. So they can't stand the quote unquote welfare queens. And I've also seen a lot of the manosphere conversation throughout the years of them being upset, trying to also discredit black women for taking a lot of the government help that have led to them being able to own homes, to get their degrees, and they're mad at that, saying that black women wouldn't be shit without the help of the white man. And so there's all this growing frustration. There's this frustration with the black community toward LGBT folk and I think all of this shit has played a role into why, even though I'm also not going to act like we voted this way collectively, because really it's everybody else who didn't do their part. Black people came out, I think, in the 88th percentile and voted blue. So largely the black community swung collectively, despite all of the in-house fighting that's been taking place. Thank you, Holy Spirit, for reminding me of that. So I can actually kind of throw that out. So what we now need to do, it seems, is that our foreign affairs is raggedy in terms of with our other American peers. Whatever the disconnect is between Black Americans and Asian Americans, Black Americans and Latino Americans, Black Americans and white Americans, there's a massive disconnect in our relationship to everybody else seems to be where the weakness is. The reality is we are going to need outside help. We're only 13%, and we will need the assistance of other communities in order to do this. And that should be easy given the fact that obviously we're all in this together. That should be abundantly clear right now. but we do need to work on those relationships. And I know kind of Black people always kind of have done their part. So it's not really us who need to do the work. It's like whatever the fuck is wrong with everybody else. And this thirst to be white, this thirst, which we're going to have to attack psychologically, because as long as non-Black Americans feel like they can get to the finish line quicker by assimilating, they're probably going to always sell Black people out for the other party. As long as like white privilege is a thing, that creates a straight from poverty to the promised land pipeline for everybody who has white skin, even if they're not quote unquote white. And I think until we can dismantle that and properly educate people on the fallacy of that thinking, because that's what the dominant class is relying on. They know that every other community is thirsty and that they're going to take their shot. They're going to take the short, cheap backdoor route to get to the top, which is just assimilate, only in all reality for them to see it for them the way they see it for Black people. But as long as that like possibility is there, the other communities are not and have not been strong enough to still give up that tactic, that false hope that whiteness has given to all other pale-skinned adjacent communities. And until we like really smash that into smithereens and really let Latino people and Asian American people and etc. people know that your whiteness is not included, baby.
Then you get niggerized. When you get, that's what's happening. You get niggerized now because they're reminding you that you are not white.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing I read tonight, not to cut you off, sweetheart, but they were saying now some Asians are starting to get deported.
Yeah. And
I think it's
Cuban Americans are getting deported. Asian Americans are getting deported. And they're also saying that Black people are going to be getting deported as well.
Oh yeah, that is what they're trying. They are attempting to somehow say that we are not real American citizens because we are the descendants of slaves. We are the biggest of naturalized citizens that they have on this in this country. They will certainly fail in that effort. That is just not going to work.
Right, but if that's their thought process as we being naturalized, then what are they? Because
Right,
they have
exactly.
further up close in this direction generations that were born here than us.
That's right. What I would like for us to do. We have a whole lot of healing we have to do with each other.
We gotta have.
I think
we gotta have number one. We gotta straighten out our shit as a community. We gotta start having a real tough communicate skills.
That's right.
Understand where our skin color is fighting for the same thing, even if our lived experiences are different. You can be gay, you could be trans, you could be hetero, you could be an atheist, you could be a Christian, you could be a Muslim, but aside from the smaller parts that make up us, because we're not a monolith, the one thing that we all are fighting for happens to be the same thing we each see in the mirror every day, whether we want to admit it or not.
That's
as
right.
a Black collective, we need to start dealing with that. We got to start getting out of people's bedrooms, getting out of their religious experiences, the things that make them uniquely them. Have that. If that's what makes the world go round for you, I love that for you. But right now, whether you got a penis and two breasts or two breasts and two flat chests and a vagina, I don't care about none of that. Our lived experiences, we are all in this same boat. You don't get them. We're all in the sinking boat, in the same sinking boat. There is no sinking first class and no sinking business class, and we're all sinking in economy. Period.
Can
It's
y'all
a fraction. We have all of these different things that describe us to the point that it still is separating us. The thing here is
Yes, yes.
race and money. Let's right there is where we all need to meet. The other shit we can live amongst ourselves to fight another day about. Class, race, and money. This is what this shit is about. If we clean the table of the other stuff, or at least put it in the refrigerator for a while and bring it back out when we have our own, picnics and barbecues and shit where we can hash it out. Them three things that needs to stay the focus.
Can y'all also speak
Is my point. Yes.
to what Miss Shock said? Because I've heard this criticism from a lot of Black Americans who really do not believe that that the right has done anything substantial for Black Americans. Can y'all speak to those of our people who are like, why are we caping for the Dems or the right? I mean, the left, when they ain't, quote unquote, according to them, done a goddamn thing?
Go ahead, Miss Jace, because I got one
Well,
response to that.
as I said, I never said that the left was a perfect party, but they listened so that we were able to get civil rights. They listened so that we were able to get voting rights. They listened when we sat when we weren't welcome. My mother was, I think I've shared this with you before. My mother was the secretary of one of the first NAACPs in the state of Nevada, if not the first one. I remember when they began to march for people like particularly the Black entertainers that were coming to perform in the Vegas clubs, and they weren't able to go through the front door. They had to go through the kitchen. We couldn't order. You couldn't order anything inside the restaurant. You had to go to a back window. All that bullshit. I remember that and I was a little girl, probably about 3, thinking they're going to kill my parents. But the Democrats, listen, people will say, well, the Democrats were the ones who wanted slavery to remain. Well, the Dixiecrats became the Republican Party. We have fought hard and long, and it has been because of Democrats listening. I'm not saying that they haven't sometimes taken advantage and taken it for granted and any of that. But the one thing we can do is we can demand that things get done, put people in office, vote, and then keep your foot on their necks. I make calls to my representatives in the House and in the Senate. I write letters on their web pages. I get answers. I was calling one so much sometimes they know my voice. so so I'm serious about this. We will have to do this together. And like you said, sis, we can't be worried about who's sleeping with whom or what they got between their legs or none of that. None of that matters. What matters is that we begin to work as a unit, that we begin to take this shit seriously, because this is a concerted effort. Huh? Say what, baby?
I was gonna say, well, yeah. So were y'all encouraged by the exit poll data? Because it seemed for the first time we did swing collectively for once. And I guess there's a lot of positives to take away from that, despite the minority of Black folk here in the chat, who I guess are team right. The bulk of the melanated community is ultimately still a blue community. And one thing I like about the blue community is that it recognizes nuance. They care about history is prioritized, and there is an actual visible, notable, at least ideal of humanity that is there. And I can work with that. When it comes to the left, it's just like pure cerebral, masculine, very outdated, antiquated. There's just something very cold about conservatives. There's something very cold about. Hold on, who's left? Is who's left? The Dems on the left or the right?
Yes, we're the left.
Oh, okay. So I had got that reverse. Okay, I'm talking
But our
about
messaging sucks, okay?
the Dems now, and we don't have enough of a middle party to rely on, and none has ultimately created that's become commercial. So you either end up placating to the left or to the right, wherever you are on your worldview. But yeah, it's just something too outdated and very like cavemanish about conservatives, and I just can't deal with it. And I don't know, it's kind of surprising to hear people say that Dems haven't done anything or liberals haven't done anything. I'm going to assume DEI and affirmative action and all these things have largely been
those have been Democrat policies. The left has done that.
The left has done
the left
that.
has done that. So I don't understand when people say that we haven't, like, not we, but that like the Dems haven't done anything. I'm like, the bulk of why you got an even shot to begin with came from
That's right.
the left. Like,
Well, you gotta understand a part we to shell shock, we're not really caping for the blue or shucking and jiving, because you gotta understand the intent of the Constitution never included us anyway fully as one whole being. Like
That's
the three
right.
of us online, the three of us made maybe 1/3 of a being, if that. So we're
And
not
until the 13th Amendment, you know, where, you know, the people, like the lady said, Lincoln did not set the slaves free because he loved black people. He didn't think we would ever rise intellectually to where the white man was. You know, one, he's probably flipping in his grave now. But the 13th Amendment, even with all of the, I want to say, the traps that are contained within that amendment, at least we were given full human, you know, full like man, as opposed to 3/5 of a person. We were chattel then.
right.
We didn't hold any value. We were less than furniture. That's not the same.
You had farm animals that were more than us.
That's right. That had more value than a black person. And I listened to Sister Fannie Lou Hamer and her speech at the DNC in 1964. She took beating. She went through to vote, she said, to become first-class citizens in this country. Oh my God, when I think about what she endured so that we can vote, I don't understand why we don't. Nelson Mandela said that I was living in LA at the time. He'd just been released from Robben's Island, and he had become the president of South Africa, and they were holding a big fundraiser for him in LA, and all the foopty-foops and the very wealthy musicians and actors and the thises and the that's came out. And he said he did not understand why Black Americans who had fought to be able to vote don't do it. Because he had Black people coming to vote for him that traveled days
on foot
to get to the voting, on foot to get to the voting booth. And when he said that, you could hear, as my mother would say, you could hear a rat piss on cotton. It got so quiet up in there. He said, I don't get it. And so I don't get it. We have been brainwashed to believe that our votes do not count. And all I say to anybody is, If they don't count, why are they fighting so hard to stop us from voting?
That right there.
If our votes don't count.
Obviously, it has to count for them to work so hard to dismantle it because of how we look, our skin, because we may get 1 extra penny a day to their 1 million extra pennies. It has to mean something, or they wouldn't give a damn about fighting us on it. That's the problem I have with the rhetoric in our community with our people. Oh, it doesn't matter. Then what the hell did your grandmama and great-grandmama, because all our kinfolk came from Arkansas, Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama, took them lashes and picked that cotton. What the hell was it for? Because surely if they didn't go through what they did, we'd be the next generation doing that same shit. I don't understand where we seem to think that everything that our ancestors did meant nothing. And like I was just saying, I have a friend and I love him dearly. He was a beautiful person to me, always treated me decent, that lives right here in Atlanta, that postulates all that shit, saying that we didn't come over from Africa, that we are the original people of this land and there is no Africa. I'm like, boy, we came out of the same school system. What the hell are you talking about? You're letting, this is rhetoric that they put out there because they know somebody with a very small sense of critical thinking and study skills will eat it up because they want to prove opposite to that which everybody else knows. We got to stop that. If you don't, even if you're not down with the cause, shut the fuck up for those that are. Because I trust and believe if they don't fund this government after the 15th of next month, which is what's today, in 31 days, it's gonna mean something when Big Mama calling you saying her stamps and her SNAP and her Social Security hadn't hit, and she gotta go and get that diabetic also on her foot fixed, and only to call and find out her Social Security and her Medicare and Medicaid been taken away. Then it's gonna mean something. When it costs us something, when at that point we'll be so far down the rabbit hole we probably won't even be able to look up. What is it going to mean to us then? Would it be costing enough then to step back and take a look at how we're interpreting that message? They put that out there, and I try to tell people there are some people that are our skin folks, but are not our kin folks. They embrace this shit because I'm gonna be honest and tell you, I believe people of the pale hue put that shit out there for weak-minded black folks, male and female, and other melanated colors to believe it because we want so bad to think we're smart in the things that we're not.
Baby, y'all got Sin on fire tonight, child.
I mean, and I love him dearly. Sometimes when I literally stay on my knees a lot of times for him because that rhetoric is so dangerous because he has his whole family. We all went to school with him. I don't want to say their names, but I was in high school with 4 of the siblings because it's a big family of them. 2 of them is 2 halves to them. A lot older siblings, a lot of them are starting to die out, and then the ones that are in the 40s and 50s with me. And they were beautiful children. Oh my God, you never heard of them getting in a fight. They all were fine as they wanted to be, females as well as the males. They were all smart. As adults, they are doing beautiful things. One in the bunch gets down here and gets entangled with these. You know how, remember when Living Color was out? I don't know if you remember
of course.
the Jason when Living Color and Damon Wayans used to play that guy that was the character that was behind bars using big words and didn't know what they mean.
Mm-hmm.
He takes these ideologies and don't understand how detrimental it is. And he has great influence with young men.
It was Oswald something or other.
Passing that on. He's
Yes,
passing that stuff on, and that's dangerous.
it is. And with that in living color character, he wasn't even using real words. He was making up stuff as he went along.
But
I could
still,
make it.
exactly. Like, I mean, it's so wild, and he always gets mad when his page gets struck. And then I'm surprised at the people that follow that stuff under his page. And the things, like, he abhors Hollywood. He thinks everything is a psyops and a gender con, and that everybody that's in Hollywood, like the females, like Beyonce and all of them, are chicks with dicks, and the men are really women, and the women are really men physiologically. All of this crazy stuff.
Oh my God.
It borders on mental illness. It really almost does, because he's so far down that rabbit hole. But anytime, like with the election, he always got something snarky to say. That doesn't help when we're hurting and we're trying to figure it out. Not just for ourselves, for you, because there are times since he's been here, outside of my situations, he barely had a box to piss in the window to throw it out. All I needed was a job. He needed a place to lay his head. There was a difference. Because once I got a job, turned my electricity back on, and I'm sitting in my bathroom right now about to dry my hair. But that kind of stuff angers me, because that's divisional. Because you never know who's going to believe that, trying to look for a contrary message to what we're trying to get together on. Because I have a cousin like that. I almost smacked fire out of his ass back in October when I went to see my mom. He was like, I don't like Trump, but I ain't vote for Kamala. I don't like her. And this nigga has not held down a decent job for 1 year, has mental illness, a weed head, don't have a pot to piss in or the window to throw it out, 30-some years old, still living with his mama. And it took the Holy Ghost for me not to say something to her. I said, look, young brother, you're misinformed. And you the main one that gets SNAP benefits and stuff because you're certified crazy. Now run me that argument with if Trump get in and you lose that shit. Because cousin Cynthia is going to continue to work and pay for her Benz and her new house. And I will not be sending a dime to you.
Conscious crew member asked if we believe that we were better off before integration.
Ooh,
I think on certain levels we were, because we were supporting Black businesses.
We were taking care of each other and ourselves. I want to say yes and no. From a self-help perspective, with all the civil rights leaders and all the great thinkers of our yesteryears and ancestors, when it came to the self-reliance and us taking care of ourselves and each other and building a community for ourselves, yes. Because we weren't in competition. We were just trying to survive and stay alive and help each other by any means necessary. If one person got 5 nickels more than the next one, we didn't get jealous and try to outdo them. We celebrated the fact that they were getting ahead, but we were also not selfish in hoarding those 5 nickels and going about our business and shutting the doors to affirmative action and the access that we gained to get those 5 nickels either. And we reached back and pulled folk up. No, in the fact that our resources, even in our best intentions, were limited. But we were still able to make do. Because, see, that's the one thing the white people tend to fucking forget about us. We know how to do more with less. So... I sit and I ponder that, not because a stupid Donald, whatever his name was, said it. All the black family was together. The black family still is together. I'm impressed that young brothers now are going back to wanting to have families and children, and they're being the fathers that their fathers weren't to them. So his whole argument on that bullshit, I'm like, whose book and what lens are you viewing that out of? Because clearly you don't see the young cats around that are taking their kids to school that are very involved, that are, even the ones that, hey, my daddy wasn't there, but I had to figure it out. Or there was some men mentors in my life that showed me the way. And going back to somebody was talking about how, I know with Conscious, you were saying how, they blame black women for welfare and stuff. Mm-hmm. We always want to look at what happened when that came out from the perspective that women took it. But you got to understand, let's talk about the men that left so their families could survive when they couldn't get any work. And that was a twofold problem. Because somebody mentioned it in the chat, and that wasn't all black women's fault. It wasn't, because trust me, as much as black women love black dick, they wanted their men at home. But they men understood, if I can't feed them, I will not stay there and let them starve. If there's help out there for them, I just have to leave. A lot of the men didn't want to. Don't get it fucked up and let.
Can we also be honest? Because as a black and brown nigga straight from the South and raised in the projects, I don't know one motherfucking woman who was not without her nigga. She just wasn't with that nigga on paper.
Exactly.
That nigga was in the house.
Right.
That nigga ain't with nowhere. Them niggas ain't with nowhere. They was right in the house, or they just wasn't on paper.
Right. They weren't where they could be seen and fuck up the shit. Because, my favorite movie from the 70s is Claudine. And that was a breakout role for Diana Cara, because she's always been that prissy it girl. And to play literally what they considered a project queen, she pretty much told it like it was. She had her man, but he couldn't stay there with her. And then when they decided to get married, they knew they were going to take a loss. But they were more concerned that love won. Not that was everybody's story, but you're right. But a lot of those women, men did leave. Some of them were selfish. Hey, I can get out of town, not having to take care of all of them and still go do my thing. But the ones that were real fathers, that were concerned, where the workforce was unstable and they did the best they can, they had no choice.
I want to say this too, as it relates to integration. Like we know that Dr. King's movement, was central in establishing integration. Mm-hmm. Considering what I think of Dr. King, and his worldview, he's a pastor. He believed in non-violent strategy and solutions, and I consider him to have been an empath as well. I think that a big part of why Dr. King pushed for integration was because with him being nonviolent, it was going to be the only other alternative to resolving white violence against black bodies. Like, how do we get white people to stop killing us? Oh, we need to get them to love us. If only we entered into their world and showed ourselves approved and showed that we're not a threat, showed that we're just like them and we just want what they want. If we integrated, then this could prohibit the KKK in all of its forms from continuing to Emmett Till us and burn our churches down and stop them from hurting our women and young men and unaliving Black folk in a system that was very celebratory. When I look at some of those historical images of Black people lynched and burnt to a crisp, hanging from trees, and white families galvanized around that as if they were around a bonfire, taking whole family portraits with a Black corpse in front of them, and literally saw how normalized and how casual white people were in the heinous unaliving and murdering of Black people, it really does put into perspective for me why Dr. King was like, we got a whole nother issue in this bitch, and this is white violence. However, I'm a leader that doesn't believe in violence being the way. So I can't tell y'all to pick up your GUNs. I can't tell y'all to return fire. I can't tell y'all to resolve this violence with violence. So the only other solution is we got to build relationship, and we got to get white people real comfortable with us, and we got to get them to love us and relate to us and to humanize us. I really think that integration for Dr. King was largely launched out of trying to put up a barrier to make sure that not only could Black people thrive economically in the system, but that they could just actually survive biologically in a system that was okay with putting us down and laying us down just out of fun, killing us out of fun, killing us out of a hobby, killing us as if we were like a trophy animals or some shit.
The
And
Neanderthals. They are. They got bloodlust.
and what's interesting about that notion in our history is white people are still that dangerous to this day.
Yeah, because all it seems to, it's like one small part of your argument I agree with. He did it to get the white violence off of us. I get that. But it kind of now, if I'm thinking in terms of the word we use now, it kind of opened up the door for us to be cosplaying and code switching, just to appease their feelings, to get them to like and accept us.
Which they have never done. They have never done that. It's about their comfort. I think part of the reason he was doing that also is that we could be treated as human beings, and we could go into their stores and we could spend our dollars with them. But what it effectively did was kill businesses in the Black community.
As well as hospitals, because we had some of the, and because I'm a healthcare person, I got to add that. We had some very prolific hospitals in this country that was doing real research, especially for Black bodies, because understanding in the 21st century, clinical research in terms of healthcare, a lot of the trials and things that are being done in this country, we don't have enough Black participants, and these medicines and things act on us differently than they do some of the Caucasian counterparts. And now that we got data to confirm that fool Robert F. Kennedy Jr., I'm wondering if clinical trials are going to stop altogether.
They can't break the melanin code. That is why something that'll kill them won't do us. They can't break that code. I don't blame people for not wanting to be in clinical trials.
Yeah,
I don't blame.
well, look at the history of it in terms of Black in brown people, but especially Black people. Because I think I said it on your platform before, Conscious, that they are still paying out descendants and survivors of the Tuskegee experiment. It's only been 53 years since the last trial persons went through that. I think it was 1972.
And that was for them to be able to eliminate us, and it still did not work. Look at all the cancer research that has been done based on the DNA of Henrietta Lacks.
Y'all done activated.
I think
that y'all done activated my clear audience because my ear is ringing again. That the ancestors are communicating. I'm gonna have to get into that in a minute. But go ahead.
Okay,
as y'all were talking, I heard the high pitch ring right here.
Henrietta Lacks. If it wasn't for her, we would have no medium to put cells in to look at under a microscope. Just being technical for a moment.
And they are still selling her cells around the world.
And won't pay the family Exactly. They just
and won't pay the family. They want to give them a plaque. They want to name a building after them.
30% of all them sales for the rest of, for as long as you sell them, I need my 30% every Friday.
That's right. That's how we got cancer research. That is because we are fearfully and wonderfully made, baby.
Exactly. Who had cancer, extracted her cells, brewed a medium, and found out they can replicate. Baby, I was like, that was a bad and the fact that and that's why clinical trials got such a bad taste in the black folks' mouth now, because look at what they did to her. It wasn't nothing untoward they did, is what they stole from her in terms of DNA before we understood the DNA chains. But look at, like I said, any older woman in her 80s and 90s that pops up with syphilis now, her husband, if not her, but most likely her husband, was a part of that Tuskegee experiment. And any child they have that will be my age that is born out of that, the government still have to pay for that atrocity.
Let me tell you, in Australia, there was a white man who wanted to solve the Aborigine problem. And what he said they should do is that they should put something in the water that would make everybody sterile, and therefore they wouldn't be able to have they couldn't procreate, and then they would eventually die off. It has not worked.
But that's what I say in terms of Project 2025. All the shit that they've done all these years, they fuck with education with no person left behind. So we graduating uneducated dummies that can't even read on a first and second grade level. They have fucked with the water. Flint still ain't got clean water, and neither is Jackson, Mississippi, where my mama at. If they toilet goes bad today or they water, I got to send her water. I have to have Amazon pull up on her and a couple of my aunties and cousins. I'm telling you, every day, the housing crisis, the car crisis, everything, these were micro tests to see what they can get away with. They have ran the playbook. Now they can incorporate it into the biggest playbook. This is nothing but what is that bald-headed bastard? The Nixon shit 2.0, Watergate. That's why I'm telling you, we've learned nothing from history, and we're sitting around and letting them rewrite it so they can keep running the grift on us. But we better learn to become griots and orators and tell our own stories.
That is what we're doing. When Nicole Hannah Brown broke with the 1619 Project, that infuriated white people.
Yes, I remember.
Because they're already banning books and education.
That's right.
And see,
in order to control the narrative.
And let me throw this out to anybody that's an educator, and in Conscious, we may have to have a platform and bring my best friend up. If they defund the Department of Education, which we already know there's education inequities, period, across this country, you're going to have a lot of school children. It's the inequity. You're going to have some fourth graders on a fifth and sixth grade level. You're going to have some fourth graders in other states on a first grade level. So what she has done, there is a movement in the earth in this country called micro schools. She tutors in the evenings, and she has a student, a little girl that I didn't even know was white until about a couple months ago, that she sees Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays at her home. She goes part of the school in the school system and part with her, because this child could not even read a clock, a dial clock without a digital. She didn't know how to count money a certain way. A lot of the things that she should have had from first and fourth grade, she got lost. And she's in 8th grade. Her parents ran out of resources. They were from the country parts of Alabama, decided to come when her and mom and dad are splitting up. she took the kids and brought them back here to Atlanta. She was looking for solutions because if this young lady does not catch up to 8th grade, they will not let her go to high school. And I think she'll be almost 14 or 15 then. So there's a movement in the earth. Black teachers or black folks pass this on. Start looking up the micro school movement, because it'll be just, and it's not gonna be like where it's big schools. You may get a teacher that's willing to teach certain grades in her house or at a community center or something for a nominal fee, or however the fee structure is for a month. Because if they defund it, my girlfriend her shit's gonna blow up.
And speaking of that, I want to talk a little bit about what the rollout of defunding or dismantling, hell, because they're going to dismantle the Department of Education by defunding it, and how that's going to impact
well, people ain't, number one, they're gonna defund it, I think, on and dismantle it on a federal level and give it back to the states, where it's not going to be equitably carried out. And where in the funding for education is a federal mandate. So you're going to have teachers not getting paid. People don't work for free. This 2025.
I got an article here that I want to reference to.
Not that they don't love your children, but they ain't fit to work for free.
Okay, so check this out, courtesy of NIA.org. New calls to abolish the education department. Ever since its creation, the Department of Education has faced continued calls from right-wing politicians for its abolishment, but the current White House presents the gravest threat yet. The plan to close the department was a part of the GOP campaign platform and was laid out explicitly in Project 2025, a policy blueprint published by the Heritage Foundation to guide a second Trump presidency. Indeed, the very first sentence of the education section of the Project 2025 manual is, quote, federal education policy should be limited and ultimately the federal Department of Education should be eliminated. Doing so, however, requires an act of Congress and bipartisan support for a strong federal rule in ensuring a quality education for all students has in the past defeated these efforts. Just last year, the U.S. House of Representatives considered and rejected an amendment to a bill that sought to eliminate the Department of Education. While officially closing the doors of the Education Department may prove difficult, dismantling its key function and stripping its funds is a very real and present danger. According to reporting in the Wall Street Journal, the White House is weighing a series of executive orders that would abolish programs that are not explicitly in the department statute and transfer other functions to other federal departments, or in effect, gutting the education department without technically closing it. How students and families will pay the price. When the White House talks about dismantling Department of Education programs, it uses phrases such as back to the states to obscure the fact that students, especially lower income students in rural, suburban, and urban communities and students with disabilities will lose big time. The Department of Education is a critical champion in enforcing federal statutes prohibiting discrimination and ensuring that every student has access to an education that will help them reach their full potential. Dismantling it means defunding programs that feed, educate, and protect our most vulnerable and underserved students, and leaving many families fearful and anxious and communities reeling. Here are the key programs that would be impacted. Title I, which directs money to schools with high concentrations of students living in poverty and provides support such as reading specialists and smaller class sizes, could be decimated if, as proposed in Project 2025, it is turned into block grants and handed over to individual states without any sort of accountability or oversight. According to an analyst by the Center for American Progress, 180,000 teaching positions could be lost, affecting 2.8 million students in low-income communities. Once again, all these things are going to impact the people that the bottom, the most vulnerable class, are going to feel the gross, profound impact of all of these overhauls. Roughly 7.5 million students, or 15% of the student population, receive special education under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which provides $15 billion to support students with disabilities. This program could be transferred to another agency, making it significantly less likely that students with disabilities receive the service and support their need and what they deserve. Many expect the White House to move Education Department's Office for Civil Rights to the Department of Justice, a move that will severely weaken its ability to protect students against discrimination based on race, gender, and disability. The absence of the strong federal oversight would leave millions of students vulnerable to discrimination, leading to lower levels of motivation and academic achievement and a higher risk of dropping out. The Education Department also administers Pell Grants, federal student loans, and loan repayment and forgiveness programs. 30% of U.S. college students rely on the federal loans to pay their tuition. Students and families could lose their support, leading to more students dropping out, fewer choices, and fewer options for families. By stripping the Department of Education of resource and authority, the White House and its allies would be able to turbocharge key tenets of the extremist anti-public education agenda already being implemented at the state level in many parts of the country. Private school vouchers are at the top of this list. The intent is clear, said Pringle: starve our public schools out of the resources our students need and funnel those resources to discriminatory and unaccountable private schools or tax cuts for billionaires who funded his campaign. Just last week, Trump signed an executive order designed to drain resources from our public schools through vouchers, a catastrophic idea that, when put directly in front of voters, is resoundingly rejected. And according to a recent Wall Street Journal poll, more than 60% of voters opposed dismantling the Department of Education, with similar majorities supporting prioritizing education funding over tax cuts. Families across the country support strong public schools because they understand students need more opportunities, more resources, and greater protections, not less. Quote, educators won't be silent as anti-public education politicians try to steal opportunities from our students, our families, and our communities across America, Pringle said. Together with parents and allies, we will continue to organize, advocate, and mobilize so that all students have well-resourced schools that allow every student to grow into their full brilliance. And I want you guys to remember, Trump literally said that he loves the uneducated. He knows that was a big part of why he's in office. The less educated they are, the more emotional and dependent they are, the less critical thinking they are, the more they fall for the okie dokie and the smoky mirrors and all of the surface narratives. They won't do the homework because they have other things to worry about, like simply fucking surviving, making them better supply for this narcissistic ass administration. So for all who are like, oh, it's just being transferred to the states, yeah, that's the point. And right there is where lots of students are going to lose their opportunities. Lots of this money is going to be advocated elsewhere. And once again, you're going to see a goddamn societal fucking collapse, as always. But Trump said he loves to dump. And also, according to the exit poll data, ironically, the bulk of the people that voted for Trump were not high school graduates. If they did attend college, did not complete college, they only did 1 year, etc. So it's also very eerily ironic that the uneducated made up his voters base. Fascinating that there's a connection between this bullshit and a lack of education.
Absolutely. And it's sad because they really started to quote unquote let's put it in terms of history. It was Jimmy Carter, God rest his soul, that made the Department of Education. He saw a need. He was here in Georgia and saw the inequities of education by way of class, race, sex, however many demographics you can break it down into. Now, when it became a thing, right along in that same time, you got more Black people going to college now more than ever. Then what the hell you think happened? Reagan decides, when he was governor in California, decided that, you know, it's too many Black folks going to the University of California. It used to be that by the time the early 80s came, college education was almost affordable, just a couple thousand a semester, maybe 2,000 or 3,000 for the year or something, a couple of hundred a semester. As soon as he became governor and made that statement, college education skyrocketed where we started, because you could pay for school with a Pell Grant. Hell, you can't even pay for books with a Pell Grant now. And it was because of him, the fees of secondary education have gone up and still rising. Because when my undergraduate years were a total of 40-some plus thousand. Now that doesn't even cover a full year at a regular school. See, this is what I'm saying. All of what we see is a culmination of all the grifts that they've ran. They've tweaked some, they've gotten rid of some, they've reinvented some, and some passed, some failed. Because there was no fight on the part of the people to say, hey, this is no revolution. I mean, you have to admit, when we were talking earlier, I was thinking about Chairman Fred. I think he had something when we were talking about the different races, that you could still be white, Black, Hispanic, and proud. But he understood that all the bullshit not only was a racial issue, it was a divide of class, rich versus poor. Once poor whites and
That's
poor Hispanics
right.
began to understand what he was putting down, like, yeah, these white motherfuckers, these rich motherfuckers are trying to do us in, and they started to collaborate, then he becomes a threat to the government and they had to take him out. That's what we need to get back to. We need some Chairman Freds in this day.
He's
And
also
yes, he
talking
got a
about,
son, but we need some real bona fide Chairman Freds that could make everybody in the room, no matter what color, hue, religion, race, sexual orientation you are, see that it's at the end of the day, it's about money. They want it all and don't want us to have none. And to work for them.
yes, he's also talking about taking federal funds from all the HBCUs and using that money as reparations for white people.
Exactly. And here's the problem, because you know with the ladies that had that hedge fund, the Black ladies, that white lawyer sued because it was a hedge fund for Black women to support.
His name is Ed. His name is Bloom. Ed Bloom.
Exactly. I'm not surprised that he hasn't started suing HBCUs yet. For some reason, one day last year that hit my spirit. I said, Lord, God forbid that happens, because I'm a Hampton University graduate myself. That's going to be pitiful, because we're losing them. You know, there are a lot more HBCUs than they are now. There is only one that have literally went to almost in existence and are fighting their way back, and that's Morris Brown here in
Morris Brown, yeah.
in Atlanta, Georgia. And they were rich in history as part of the Atlanta University culture, because you got Spelman, Clark, and Morehouse right there.
Yeah.
We've lost so many over the years because it was the government funding was falling through. And we're about to lose a few more. Do you know that the state of Tennessee owes Tennessee State in the hundreds of millions of dollars and won't pay them, and had a congressional meeting a couple of weeks ago, maybe about a month or two ago, I think right around the holiday season, we don't think we'll be able to pay them. We
That's
only
right.
had these rules because they didn't want us going with them. Soon as we get something for ourselves that is proven to be the best thing for us, then they want to come on and shit on it.
That's exactly what the plan is.
That's
It
why
is about the destruction, the erasure, the deleting
of our very existence.
of that's right, of our very existence.
After we didn't ask to come over to here. Last I checked in the history books, hell, hey, you
And
sold
here,
us, you sold the people that sold us to you a bill of goods. We bought, our ancestors bought the shit. By the time they got chained up, they realized, oh, we made a mistake. They couldn't get out of it. But the few that managed to thought that it was more to die at sea than it would ever been to be a slave.
and boy, was that a
kick in the head.
Look, it's sad that was the lesser of two evils, baby, but that was definitely a better goodbye than what the hell happened.
And let's keep it a buck. I would have chose that too.
Yeah, because Jesus
Well,
Christ.
they think that the black people that they enslaved had no concept of freedom. I remember being in a bar in Atlanta, and this white boy was holding court talking about no child left behind. He was a George H.W. supporter, blah blah blah. And he said George Washington would have freed his slaves, but where were they going to go? We got into a vicious. I had enough of that steam in me, and we got into a vicious back and forth. What do you mean? Where were they going to go? We knew what freedom was,
Well, no,
and
right.
there was
stupid
and,
ass.
yeah, there were slaves who would rather run away than to endure another day. George Washington was he wasn't some benevolent motherfucker. He was a slave owner.
Oh, the history, the whitewashing of that history has made him benevolent. Hell,
Yes, right. That's right.
I never thought that he was, because you had a whole set of families there with a black woman that you claimed you loved, but yet she was a slave.
That was Thomas Jefferson.
I mean, yeah, not Thomas Jefferson, but none of them. But
They all had kids by those
exactly,
black
they all
women.
had black women who they enslaved their own seed. I ain't have respect for none of them in history, and I was young enough to realize these were not good dudes. Why I went to a Catholic school, so in elementary we were learning about all of these characters. I'm like, but they enslaved black people. Why are we holding them up to a benevolent life? It never made sense to me as a child, because I understood that slavery was wrong. I don't care if it was the thing of the times. It didn't make it right because it was the thing of the times.
Absolutely not.
And this is what people fail to realize. It wasn't just white men. White women were complicit in it because they were slave owners too and could be just as vicious as a white man. Same shit today.
And the Catholic Church sanctioned it. They said it was all right for them to mistreat black people because we had no souls, that God would not punish them.
And that's why I have a problem with a lot of our denominations in the black church, because we want to monkey see, monkey do the shit they do. We want to wear the priestly robes like they wear. They don't even respect our clergy in them because they said we ain't doing nothing but playing dress up. Because we don't wear them right. You know what? We look, I don't know what the solution is for these days, but at this point, whatever there is any vestige of goodness in your life, peace, passion, excitement, you better cling on to it with both hands and don't let it go.
I think that the solution is we need to control and be very intentional in our money. We make up one of the largest spending and consumer groups in the whole country.
Mm-hmm.
Trillions of dollars come out of us as minority people. I think we need to definitely mobilize, strategize, be intentional in our spending. I think that we need to be personally self-educating like ourselves and self-educating our children, and not also being completely reliant on the quote-unquote government to do all of this. Like,
exactly,
it's going to be on us to preserve our culture. It's going to be on us to preserve our history. And there's nothing keeping our asses from doing that. And that's not an issue of government if that becomes a priority of the people. And I also think that we need to be teaching, like, culturally and generationally, survival skills, like, to Black and brown young people. We need to not be completely dependent upon technology, because there is a war coming. That's for damn sure. And when it comes, lights are going, and when it comes, the lights are going off, and we need to know how to survive in the dark. We need to know how to survive off the dirt. We need to know how to be our ancestors in that sense and make the earth our home, because we are at home anywhere on this landmass, anywhere on this planet, and can literally do it from the ground up. Because I think, as you said, Jay, Sin, we know how to do a lot with the least. We don't even need all of the bells and whistles. We don't even need all of the rigmarole. We are a masterful improvisational people.
Yes, we are.
And I also think that as the conversations around controlling the Black dollar and the minority dollar set of presidents, we need to also be talking about, because we need to learn from history, we need to develop a means to protect our progress and to preserve. And we need to be militant in that way. We need to be prepared to protect our turf. We need to be able to prepare to protect our neighborhoods. As I pulled up that clip of Ohio, the Proud Boys are walking through communities all over the country with bearing arms. Some of them are wearing KKK masks. They are pretty much trying to fluff their dominance and to socially check everybody else, to establish who run this shit. And because we know that white people still out of their motherfucking mind, aka January the 6th, we know that they still with the shit. They still resort to means of aggressions. We definitely do not need to underestimate that, and we need to overcome whatever has became of us that makes us very passive, that makes us very like icky sticky when it comes to
humble
aggressive conversation. And we need, baby, to just let that shit go, because we in the jungle, and that's how we got to see America, as the jungle. This is not yet a domesticated home. This is a glamorized jungle, and
they trying to serve up the Kool-Aid.
And we are a endangered people here until we're not. And that's the way we need to live. That's the way we need to teach. That's the way we need to walk. That's the way we need to talk. That's what we need to do. All this kind of like, we done gotten comfortable because we done been fed a few crumbs from master's table. So now niggas are feeling real corporate, feeling real bougie, feeling real like we need to break up all that monotony, baby. Okay, we are an endangered species, and if we don't think like that and hold on to the attitude until that is literally cleared, until this system has been wrinkled out and we are actually safe, we need to address the delusions in our mind about our position in this country. So I just feel like we need to start tackling a lot inwardly, intellectually. We need to start taking charge of our homes and our communities, and we need to start being intentional in our economic spending and directing that money. And we also need to, be practicing in the arts of mutual combat and raising our kids very early on, teaching them about laws, teaching them about economics. It's time to take their ass from in front of the Game Boy, from in front of the Netflix, and put their ass in front of documentaries, put them in front of, keep them in educational things, be very intentional about making sure that they are smart and that they are intelligent and that they are well informed and that they can whip ass and put a black eye on a motherfucker too.
Right, and teach all of us how to get back into living off the earth and off the land.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna go with Consciouztv. If you grow it, I'll cook it.
Mm-hmm.
Me too.
I will be
Yep.
Conscious. He got
Learn how to grow
the
food.
land and the food, and I will cook it.
On that part. And on that note, y'all, I got to get out of here. But this was a beautiful conversation. I'm going to be having these panels and talk so that we can have a space to do all this in. We can talk, we can speak, we can create, we can share, we can ventilate. It's a Vanessa in the background. I don't know why y'all always wait until the 5th damn hour of a show as if I ain't got no more in me, baby. I'm done. Sitting in front of these lights. I'm hungry. I gotta eat. I gotta decompress. I gotta get out of here. Y'all had 5 hours to come up here. That link been rotating for 4.5 hours. And want to jump in the 4.5 hour mark, baby. Gotta keep you on the next time. So we will be back. I know you spoke about your cousin. I would love to have your cousin on. So you just keep me.
Oh, you talk about the micro school?
Yeah, you just let me know about all of that.
I'll talk to her because it's a black micro school collective that is getting together. So that's that, and it's a lot of them. I didn't even realize this shit was a thing until she told me last year.
Yeah,
and she didn't.
A wonderful idea.
Yep, and she didn't went to 2 conferences for it. So, and she's in the collective with it. That there's a lot of them right here in Atlanta that people don't even know about. So we need to have that soon, because soon as he said no more Department of Education, y'all got to be ready to enroll your children with these verified educated educators.
And check this out: the person that they are now the Congress and the Senate are talking to, the person he's appointed to quote head the Department of Education has got a lawsuit against her for the S-aim of young boys. She is with the WWF or WWE.
Yeah, old lady. Vince McMahon's wife.
I'm cooked.
It's tragic. It's not funny. It's tragic.
Oh my God.
And just like RFK, that can barely sound like he's swallowing water when he's talking over the over our shit, my shit, healthcare. Department of Health and Human Services, the biggest fucking joke in his own family disowned him. His daddy turning over in the grave. Dig him up, you'll see him upside down.
That's right. He's pulled us out of the World Health Organization. He's taken down the CDC website.
Got a pandemic of
The National Institutes of Health. Yeah, okay.
Now, out of all the things, because now we're in a tuberculosis and measles epidemic in 2 states. And he's the anti-vaxxer. Baby, if they think I'm fit to do another COVID round, you're going to have to pay me $300 an hour. Damn that $125, $150, and $175. I need $300 an hour to risk my life in the next time around. $250,000 ain't enough for me.
I don't blame you. On that note, I definitely need to go damn decompress and pray.
Yes, I'm fit to get under this dryer
Thank
and talk to the Father in them.
Well, thank y'all, ladies, so much. This was epic and amazing.
Yes.
You guys.
Thank you so much.
The dialogue. All right, babes. Y'all have a great night. I'm going to be bringing more information, you guys, to you all. We're going to be doing these shows. I'm just, opening up the panel. And once again, you guys, if any strategies you guys hear of, any boycotts, anything that's going on, let me know, because I want to promote it on the platform. The day that we're going to be doing the blackouts, I'm going to be promoting that through the platform. I'm participating in that as well. I'm prepared to walk away from all of these institutions entirely at the end of the day, to be honest. At this point, it is do or die, and it's time to double down. If you didn't get an opportunity to come up tonight, you're going to have to come up another day. It's best to come up when I drop the link, because, baby, once my virtue leaves me, once my spirit has left me, child, okay, it's done. Okay, but we will be back. I will see you guys probably tomorrow. for more hot topics and everything. Check out all the previous content. We've been covering Wendy Williams. TD Jakes has responded to Dwayne Youngblood in his defamation suit against Dwayne Youngblood. Dwayne's Youngblood response was very explosive because other people came forward, other men, with sworn affidavits against TD Jakes, accusing TD Jakes of also coming on to them. It's just been a mess. So TD Jakes is responding to all of that. We'll be back to get into those docs on tomorrow. So make sure that your notification bell is set to all. If you're new here, subscribe. Thumbs up the video on the way out. And if you enjoyed yourself, show some love, baby, because I've been working, baby. 2025 is working me to the bone, child. Okay. So thank you to all my contributors. Matter of fact, let me shout out to my baby mother, Hatcher, who said, for great show tonight. Thank you so much, baby mother. If y'all enjoyed yourself, show some love to the Cash App, $ Consciouztv, to the paypal.me/Consciouztv, spelled just how it is here on the platform, on those apps. And once again, you know, we welcome all people. We're going to have to band together, all races, all sexuality, all genders, girl, you know, even MAGA, you know, girl, you know, y'all welcome to hit the motherfucking link too, child, because it's a lot. It's just a lot going on. All right. We got a lot to get to, and we're going to get to it. And Spirit may pull some interesting surprises, honey, okay? A lot can happen in the next 4 years. Hell, a lot can happen by tomorrow. You just never know who's going to be on a rooftop. You just never know. I don't know, you know? But you just never know who's going to end up on a rooftop, girl. Jesus, you know. Trump better stay away, girl, from the rooftops, girl. It'd be a lot going on the rooftops, girl. Okay, honey? The way that Kevin Samuels got taken up out of her, girl, the way that Trump almost got, girl. And the spiritualists on social media have already been saying, girl, there's supposed to be another rooftop extravaganza, girl. It's going to be a mess. So I hope that Trump prayed up, hope that he done repented, girl. He done accepted Christ, because the way he playing with society right now, the way he playing with people resources, just like that, that CEO got murdered by that man who could not afford, like he couldn't afford his health care and shit, girl. People not playing. People are not playing. The powerful is not safe. The powerful is not safe, girl. The people are pulling up and they're taking one for the team. Girl, it's going to get very nasty out here. They playing on head tops, girl. Don't think you got no pseudo security because of your title. Because what we can see is that everyday people know how to find the people in power, baby, and touch their ass like a motherfucking angel, bitch. Okay, touch your ass in a way that you will never forget. Okay? We don't need all that. You know? We need to do the right thing by human beings. And we need a society that's balanced as much as possible and that helps everyone to get to where it is that they're trying to go. So much prayer, you guys, but more so than prayer, we need work. Works without faith is dead. We need amplified works, amplification on the works, heavy on the works. All right. I'll see you guys later. Peace be still. And in the words of my spiritual godmother, Iyanla girl, until next time, stay in peace, not pieces. Good night.